Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, November the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, guys. All right, what is happening this morning? I don't have it, like it's Monday morning, typical Monday morning in terms of not a lot of different stocks making big moves. GCT though, GCT is one of them. GCT is one of them. Don't see any news on this. It's sort of Hong Kong, I guess. Yeah, Hong Kong stock. Some of the China stocks are, well, not some of them. Yeah, there's the NIO, the LI, XPAV. So some of the China stocks are making moves, and GCT. GCT is kind of interesting because a lot of times you'll see some of the China stocks getting beaten up, and this one isn't. So sometimes it just kind of trades on its own. But anyway, 8 million in the float, 3.8 million have traded already. And again, I can't quite see any specific news today on it. I know that last week they opened a Malaysian office, but anyway, GCT, and again, a low float, 8 million in the float. Just go over one thing here. The trade of the week is MGY, Magnolia oil play, considered live at around 26.50, so it's close. Lots of room, 85%, so it's near a lifetime high. A lot of the oil stocks are like that, of course. So that is the trade of the week. DWAC, like I said, DWAC had some little pop this morning, is pulled way back, got all the way up to $30, and now right back down to 22, still up 25%. So that is DWAC. VERV is an earnings play. VERV is an earnings play, gapping way down, 24%. So yeah, and through the 200-day moving average, that is VERV. Where's the next low looking left? Could be around 21.77. So still has some room underneath if it wants to keep moving down. Gap EPS of a minus 79 cents, misses by 6 cents. Revenue beats a little bit, but I don't know how they're guiding. But anyway, that's the market reaction to VERV right now. Somebody asked about Hootie. Look at Hootie now. Nah, they're doing an offering. Actually, so there is a reason for this. They're actually doing an offering, 1 million at $25 a share. Way above the current price. Let's see how long that lasts. Blue Apron, my goodness, Blue Apron is an earnings play, just going to nothing. I mean, really, position in lifetime range. Basically a lifetime low now for Blue Apron, APRN. PERF, I think I had a nice day on Friday. This was I guess this was either an IPO or a SPAC that turned into, my guess, based on the price, it was probably a SPAC that turned into a PERF 4 days ago, 5 days ago. Had a decent day on Friday and a little bit of continuation today, PERF. Ritchie Brothers, keep forgetting, this is a Canadian company. Well, keep forgetting. An auctioneer, RBA. So they're looking to buy a company called IAA. So it's kind of a double whammy here, guys. Also earnings. So November 7th. So they are also releasing earnings. And then they're also looking to buy this company for, wow, $7.3 billion. $7.3 billion acquisition of, well, they were trying to anyway, IAA. IAA, I believe, moving much. Yeah, not really moving much. VTRS, VTRS. Let's see. Oh, okay, so they are acquiring, they're acquiring Oyster Point Pharma, okay? So that's the reason. Interesting that they're moving higher a lot of times, of course. The acquiring company gets beaten up, but it's also an earnings play, so maybe even without this acquisition, but this is the how much it is, $11 a share. So it's around that. So it's kind of around the acquisition price. So anyway, OYST being acquired by VTRS, plus VTRS has some earnings, or is an earnings play. ENVX. This had earnings, I think. Yeah, this had earnings, got hammered down on earnings. The news I read, I guess the chair is going to take over some kind of an executive role. Chairman takes executive role after Q3 loss widens. So that has caused this stock to pop up a little bit, ENVX. So I've sorted on the earnings plays, guys. Not too many pre-market Monday, but we'll have a ton for the balance of the week. We had a lot last week, of course, very exciting last week, all the earnings plays. So let's just take a look, anything I missed. So there's some small ones. ONCY is an earnings play. Anything with 0.25 or minus, well, very few are going to be minus 0.25. Because that means they released after hours on Friday. Not many companies release after hours on a Friday. IAA is also an earnings play. So takeover offer from RBA, plus this is an earnings play, IAA. Four, not very much volume, it's probably why I didn't talk about it, but Four is an earnings play. FOUR is an earnings play. Oust, another small one, little earnings play. Another small one, CRNT, an earnings play, not very much volume. Yeah, a lot of these small ones, sub $5 ones, they don't, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, who knows? We never know. Depends on the float, I guess, but typically they're not super exciting. This one, a lot of volume, orgs. I think this is an earnings play. Also, well, we have it during market hours. So in theory, they're releasing during the market hours, but I find that hard to believe. But also they've secured a $50 million investment. Okay, so that is ORGS. So those are the ones on the way up, and now I've sorted on the ones on the way down, not as many. We're in for a modest positive open this morning. So there's the Verve I was talking about. There's the Apron, and there's RBA. Those are the three earnings plays. In fact, that's really it. There's another one, Cron. Who cares? Cannabis play. So again, not too many active earnings plays this morning, but this will be very different tomorrow. Tons of companies releasing after hours today, and then pre-market tomorrow, and for the balance of the week. Well, unless you were holding it, I don't see why anybody would get burned by Hootie. There was no reason to get it in the pre-market. Coming down to the financing price at 25 now. Any news in Veru that is chopping around? Let's take a look at Veru, VERU. Yes. So FDA staffers review that its reviewers say its review has identified. No, it doesn't look like good news, but let me is this today? Yeah, it's November 7th. Okay. Okay, well, you tell me. Well, maybe there are maybe there were two releases then. This is at 9:08 that I got. But here, if you're talking about this, traders circulate some information. This is 9:02. Oops. And then at 9:07, acknowledge that the study of Viru's drug met main goal of study. And then at 9:08, I mean, this is what's happening in identified a number of uncertainties. Okay. And then we've got 9:10. Now the reviewers say none of the uncertainties related. Invalidate. All right. Boy, talk about depending on what headline you look at. So I guess we have to view this as a positive headline. And that's right now, that's what the market is viewing it. But initially, I mean, look at this. It got down all the way down to 846. Just some misleading headlines. So let's see. Release the negative headline, crater it to 8, pick it all up here, release a positive headline. All right, guys, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. Well, we've got a few upgrades. We have more downgrades as always than upgrades, but let me get a few of them in. This is, again, this is just a free service from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Bunch of downgrades for D, Dominion Energy. I'll take a look at that once I finish this list. So a bunch of downgrades for D. Just a few more to go on the downgrade side. Costco downgraded. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me get those into our YouTube room. Okay, let's take a look at D. Anything's happening with D? A bit of volume actually, so down 3%, three downgrades that I could see. Maybe there are more out there. Yeah, so Dominion Energy shares are trading lower after multiple analysts downgraded the stock. So it had earnings last week, so might be further weakness today. Yeah, I saw Fun. Yeah, Fun sometimes runs with DWAC, but DWAC's come back so much that I'm not sure that's going to happen now. Didn't really, yeah, I mean, it went from 122 to 150. I mean, that's a nice percentage move. DWAC is come way back from its at 30 high. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. That happens every now and then. Well, it comes and goes. So today's hoodie, again, it would be very, very risky, but is, oh, maybe not. HKD, I saw HKD doing his thing earlier on in the pre-market, got up to 21. It's pulled back somewhat. Still up 4%, lots of volume. So this could be today's hoodie. Yeah, I'll show you how. So hopefully you can hear me and you can see what I'm going to do. My time is gold. So left click on the chart. Just left click on the chart. Just lets Trade Ideas knows what to know what chart you're in. Left click on the chart. And then usually if you start typing, so I'm going to start typing and the change symbol box pops up. Okay, click on change or hit enter on your keyboard. That's typically all you have to do. Now, if that doesn't work, if you right click and then you type and nothing is popping up, then hit the space bar on your keyboard and that usually will bring up the change symbol box. Yeah, it's so easy when you know how. It's not that intuitive, so don't beat yourself up. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, back. How come all your gappers list is blank? Hard for me to know because I don't know what list you're looking at, SM. Really hard for me to know. Where are you looking? Question in our YouTube room. How come all my gappers list is blank? Couple things, in your toolbar, is there a green ball? So, but first of all, what are you trying to look at? Are you looking at a channel? I have to kind of, it's hard for me to know why a list would be blank unless I know. Okay. So your gappers, if, okay, so you must have, is it a top list window? Does it have a T in the upper left-hand corner? Okay, so I can probably tell you the reason. If you right click on that top list window, right click on it, and then click on time frame, okay? You want to have live always. If you want to see pre-market data, what you've got is you've got to check live during market hours, okay? So if you check live always, you'll see data before the market, during the market, and post-market. Okay, so again, right click the top list window, right click it, click on time frame, and then here are your options. All you have to do is just click live always, and then you'll get data. Okay. That work? Okay, great. And that's with most of our scanners. You know, like our single stock window, include pre and post market if you want that. Charting, the same thing. Time, where are we? Properties, you know, show pre-market, show post-market, things like that. DoorDash is on the move here, guys. They had earnings last week. DoorDash had earnings last week. It's kind of on the move a little bit. DASH. All right, this one is just came in, guys. Came in at what time? Yeah, 9:15. So SPRC just came in. SPRC announces positive interim results. Phase 2A study. Okay, so probably a low float. Israeli stock, 3 million in the float. Already traded about half the float, 1.6 million. So small one, SPRC. So let's see, is this shortable for me? No, not shortable for me. Always have my doubts on these little ones. They announce some data. Market reacts in the pre-market hysterically well, and then reality sets in and they fade. Not all the time, of course. So VERV, again, through the 200-day moving average, and the next low looking left looks like it is about 22.26. Really? Oh, it's right there. Yeah, so 22, kind of 22 is the next low looking left. That takes that out. The next low is 1888, so this still has some room. Of course, it could bounce a bit, but this is super weak, down 26%. Not a low float, but certainly not a high float. 36 million in the float. Not a ton of volume yet. 258,000, not a ton of volume. Again, I just point these out. These could be of course, some of the more active. Well, this will be definitely active all day because it's an earnings play. Direction still unknown. I mean, you'd think, you know, I mean, there might be some support around 22. Okay, OKTA is gapping up a bit. A leader in the 2022 Gartner Magic Quadrant. Okay. Yeah. Hootie, I did actually think hit that almost at 200. I can't remember if it was Cam or Kata. It's maybe saying could 200, almost 192.88. Look at it now, 23. Oh man. So I'm saying you can't hold these. You cannot hold these. Intraday trade at best. Ooh, I haven't checked the sectors. Do a quick check to see what's happening with the sectors. So I'm clicking from a toolbar, clicking on new and then dock channel bar. You want to get that? Click on the show more. See all the channels now. Here's here are the sectors, the major sectors. And what do we see? Let's say the market's in for a slightly positive open and every sector. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 90% in green. What does that mean? That means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. That's what that means. Well, you didn't get hit too hard, Neil. And so every sector is positive right now. Is there any weak sector? What I would call weak. The weakest sector looks like healthcare. Only 63% of them are up. But if I look at this about 10 o'clock, 10:15 or so, and in a slightly, well, in a different way, the change from the open, we might get a completely different look. In other words, what have stocks done since they opened? Their opening price, what did they do from there? So we could still see stocks that are above Friday's close. Most of the stocks could still be, I'm looking at energy as an example. Most of the energy stocks in theory could still be above Friday's close an hour from now, but they could have been sinking from the open. And that's how I like to see stocks. What have they done from the open? I don't care. The only reason I care about the change from the close is just giving us a bit of a glimpse of what might happen today, just before the market opens. I'm sure. I mean, energy stocks, WTI, yeah, reset, took off. FGY could do well though. I mean, if energy remains, this is within the 80s, it's 86% position in lifetime range, 86%. And when you look left for MGY, again, this is the trade of the week. This is free service. You can sign up for it. Get sent out about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. So the next high looking left is 27 or so. Takes out 27. Then you've got, this area up here. But if energy remains strong, this could be dragged along easily. No volume yet. Had a big day on Friday. You can see right here. So it had earnings on the first, so that's behind. But look at the day it had on Friday, 7.9 million shares. Look at the volume compared to, I mean, that's the biggest volume day since June. Biggest volume day since June. It's possible this day was about the same, but nonetheless. So something was up. All right, guys, market's going to open in 1 minute from now. Thank you, William, even if you haven't done it yet. So I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And I say this every day. If I were new to trading, I wouldn't trade probably in the first 30 minutes. Don't be so anxious to get into something right off the open. Stocks can really whip around, at the beginning of the day. So not that after 15 minutes, things have completely settled down, but certainly not as bad as in the first few minutes of the day. So that's typically why I do not trade in the first 15. We'll get rid of this. A couple of races will start at 9:30. All right, we are now open. Here we go, guys. Well, let's have a great trading week. The market is open all week, even though there was, I think, some bank holidays, etc., on Friday, Memorial Well, we call it Remembrance Day. Remembrance Day. Not Memorial Day. I know that's your different holiday for you. I get it. Okay, guys. So VTRS on the move here. VTRS. Wow, VTRS really on the move here. Early, 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 early. Through the 200-day moving average now. We're at the 200-day moving average for VTRS. 200-day is 1086. Earnings play. And they're actually there. So again, interesting. It's an earnings play plus they're acquiring Oyster, OIST. Market's not punishing for that. Market is not punishing them for that, at least yet. Yeah, some of the China stocks I'm sure are. Let's take a look. If you're going to play China, my recommendation is to have KWEB beside. Put a little chart of KWEB. If you're going to play a China stock that doesn't have specific news for it, you should always know what the rest of them are doing. This is kind of a good barometer for what the China stocks are doing. KWEB. So Veru, it popped up to 1483, came right back. I mean, look how whippy that was, guys. Remember, it popped up to 1483, and then it came right back down to 1163. So they're a $3 drop just like that, and it's trying to recover a bit. I still think there's too much several uncertainties. I still think there's too many misleading, well, I don't mean misleading, but mixed headlines about this one. So be really careful if you're going to try to trade this one. Shady is long, SPRC, that was a one that came in late. Low float, 3 million. Positive interim results, phase 2A. So it's not shortable for me. So my guess is that maybe a lot of brokerages will not have shorts available. Yeah, it's got room. 248 is the 200-day moving average. Okay, market Dow is up 150, Nas is up over 22, SPY's up a little, so we have had a positive open. But let's wait for that first 15-minute candle on the SPY. Yeah, VTRS still strong, guys. Still hanging over just at that 200-day moving average. Now, if it takes that out, what's the net? Wow, I think the next high, 1188 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. And it got up to what, 1103? So if it takes out 11 again, I mean, the next area looks like there's a lot of resistance right around that 1180 mark, but that's, it's appear to be far enough away. Lots of volume coming in. Wow, Carvana, another all-time low now. Almost, yeah, almost another all-time low for Carvana, CVNA. This is just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I missed it. I couldn't get it. Couldn't get where I wanted it anyway on the short. I know it's early, but when it's an all-time low, I tend to make a bit of an exception when it comes into my 10-day daily breakdown and it's an all-time low. But I couldn't get it where I want it. I'm not going to chase it. Plus, the uptick rule will be in effect, even though it's not down 10% today. It was down 10% on Friday. So unless the stock goes positive, that uptick rule is still in effect. In other words, it might be difficult to get, even if your broker has shorts available. And typically, of course, if you want to short something and your broker has shorts available, you just go in at the bid and you get a fill. But if it's down 10% or the previous day it was, you has to be some action coming back to the ask and then back to the bid. But you could be in a big queue of others who want to do the same thing. So it could be a little frustrating sometimes to get a short. Ah, too bad, too bad. I was trying to get this at 8:31. All right, for some reason, Tupperware is having a day. I did see this in the pre-market. For some reason, Tupperware is having a bit of a resurgence. Let me just see. So there's maybe some kind of headline. Fernandez Calero Miguel Angel, CEO director, bought 24,000 shares at 423. So that is some news, I suppose. Well, I wish you well on the SPRC. It's phase 2A. I mean, listen, if it holds, I guess the 150 mark, but right now it's too early for me. Wow, CVNA now underneath, well, briefly underneath 8. So Verve actually had a little bit of a pop. VERV actually had a little bit of a pop. Got up to 26, not a little one. I mean, the low, wow, the low was 22. What time was that? That was the 9:15 candle. The low was 22 and it moved $4. So challenging the 200-day right now. 25.97 is the 200-day moving average. So it's just kind of challenging it. Let's see if that rejects it really. It did get a little bit above it. 26.25. So it got about 28 cents above the 200-day moving average, but that may be the real stalling point. If you look at VERV, prison stock, GEO. Wow, look at Palantir. Wow, PLTR. It's an earnings play. I didn't realize it was an earnings play. I didn't really see it for some reason. Must not have met my filter requirements. I guess it wasn't up or down 3% when I was watching it. So, but anyway, PLTR just breaking down. But again, look how whippy this one. We got up to 817 at 9:15, got up to 817. Now it's at 749. I mean, these are big percentage moves. SONN, guys, SONN. Yeah, this one. Well, it's trying to come back. Some volume coming in. Had a couple of great days last week. Got all the way up to 304, but fell. This is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And so now above Friday's high, and the next high is 211. Lots of volume coming in, low float, 4 million in the float. No reason for this, just a bottom fishing play right now. Keeping an eye on the SPY, guys, that red candle, that opening red candle. Here's another one that's trying to crawl off the bottom a little bit. ZI, Zoom Info, got all the way down. It was an earnings play in the first, got all the way down to 20, yeah, a little under 28. Sorry, yeah, a little under 28. It's trying to recover a little bit. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be, actually, give me about 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So had a couple things trigger, I guess. No, one thing triggered. CFLT. Why did that trigger? CFLT, right on the way down. CFLT earnings play on the second got hammered down. Well, it's not quite an all-time low, but and Palantir, PLTR. CERT. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Really, CERT. This is an earnings play. Looks like it's after hours today. CERT trading higher after Arsenal Capital put 449 million stock purchase. So they're investing a whack of money here. Oh man, that was the one, guys. I mean, oh well, no, I'm not gonna cry about it now, but this is what, again, this is the only time I make an exception. You know, I'm taking something early. Unfortunately, I just couldn't get it where I wanted it. But CVNA, the alert came at 9:34. The price was 8:37. And look at it now. And it was an all-time low. So that's the only time I usually will take something in the first 15 minutes. I mean, Palantir looks not an all-time low yet, but boy, oh boy, tons of shares available on that one also. 41 million. I think Funko's having a bit of a run here. Funko is having a bit of a run. I know it had a downgrade. Funko had earnings on the 3rd. FNKO had earnings on the 3rd. Okay, is there a reversal in the energy stocks? Let me just take a look at MGY as an example. So MGY is live now, guys. Now, how you trade it is up to you. Okay, this is the trade of the week. The trigger is 26.50. So I guess on the open, it did that. It's pulling back a little bit, but again, how you trade it is up to you. In the email you get, I think it was the 20 SMA on the daily chart. That was the stop. So if you put the 20 SMA on your daily chart, then you can track it. Yeah, typically on an all-time high, I don't notepad. Very rarely do I see that in the 10-day daily breakout. Very rarely. But on the breakdown, I'm way more interested if a stock makes an all-time low and it hits in here like CVNA did. See, look at Verve now, guys. I mean, look how whippy. I mean, if you had said, all right, I guess it's coming back and just forgot about it up to 26, 23, but now it's, see that for me, it's a difficult trade right now. You know, it's just too erratic. And the bottom tails, you have some topping tails. But again, that is just me, Notepad. That's just me, okay? Palantir is not, wouldn't have taken it because it wasn't quite a lifetime low, though it's in such poor shape. So ENVX, so I had a little bit of news, had terrible earnings on the 1st. And then the news this morning was the chairman of the board has said enough is enough and assuming some kind of an executive position. So that helped the stock a bit, but I don't know. Okay, so this is a gap up and reverse. I'm sharing this now, guys. We should see some good action still this week and maybe next week in this particular scanner. I put this on my homepage on Friday, so you know, in my link. So gap up and reverse for EVNX. I'm not sure a scan is available like that, Thomas, but I know one of the other traders has got something. The question is there a scan that shows stocks above? Now, what do you consider the key moving average, the 20, 50, and 200 as an example? Very simple to construct one. One of the other traders may, I don't have something exactly like that, but one of the other traders might. So if you want, you can go to click on support, or I'm going to give you an email address. 10, 20, I don't know if we have the 100, but we certainly have the 20, 50, 200. Okay, so if you go click on that link, but it's pretty simple. that's a, if you right click on an alert window and then click on search and then click on, I guess SMA. So we've got we had the 8. Here we go. So we've got the 8, 10, 20, 50, 200. Okay. We don't have the 100. Okay. And that's simple. I mean, then all you have to do, I mean, if you get to, understand how to use Trade Ideas, you just, you would just click on that alert, like all the ones that you want, add the filter, and then in the min, just put some, even the smallest little, like 0.001, so it's above. And you could do that. You can make it so it's above all those. If you just put a very, very small number in the min, and just keep adding, the change from the 50, change from the 8, etc. Okay. And then after that, I'm just showing you how you could do it. And then after that, of course, you probably want to put a price range you want, minimum volume that you want, etc. Okay. Yeah, Veru is on the move here, guys. Just be careful because you don't want to have another headline come at you. But Veru definitely, I mean, it's got room. I mean, the next high looking left is 1492. So what did it get to in the pre-market? Got up to, wow, that hit 1479 in the pre-market, and the next high is 1492. Oh, that got halted on the way up. Okay, but what a great short from the initial alert at 837, moving all the way down to 7. What a great short. EVNX, guys, continues to make its way down a little bit. Let's see if it can take out 11. So this is the week that I really, really start to examine these bars that you see here on the 15-minute chart. Okay, you don't have access to this indicator yet. Okay, and in the name, I'm sure is going to get changed. It's called, but you don't have access to it yet, so it doesn't really matter what it's called. But basically, what it's doing, it's looking at bearish and bullish candles. Okay, so hanging men, and I don't even know all the names of them. It doesn't really matter, but it's looking at bearish and bullish candles and establishing a ratio. So for instance, when you see, and look, nothing is bulletproof, but when you see something like this, the bar is starting to decrease, that means that the bearish candles are more than the bullish candles. I mean, to put it in a very simplistic terms, okay? Now, if this all of a sudden has a pop, you may see a bigger bar that'll start to rise a bit, which means that the bullish candles are kind of outweighing the bearish candles, and it's a ratio. It's always going to be a ratio. And again, I'm going to really pay attention to it this week. Tested it for a couple of days last week. It gave me some very interesting results. But again, no indicator is bulletproof. So look at Veru. Wow. What's the float on this one? 64 million? Okay. So just an explanation about this gap continuation or reverse. There are 4 alert windows in here. So if this is called a multi-strategy window. And that's the purpose of typically a multi-strategy window is used if you have a screen space issue. So you maybe have one monitor and you want to try to combine a bunch of alert windows into one scan, like one window. So in this one, now I don't have a monitor issue or screen space issue, but sometimes what I like to do is to put similar strategies into one multi-strategy window. So this is what I've done. So here are the strategies: gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. So what is gap up and go? And I've color coordinated them. Okay, so I know when I see green, that's a gap up and go. Sorry, gap up and go right at the top here. So what does that mean? That means a stock, remember what the gap is. That's the first print of the day. So, I have, if you open up the alert window to see what the filters are, you would see, for instance, here, in this particular case, now this is the price range I'm using. You don't have to use the same one, but the open was at least 50 cents above the previous close. Okay, so, and also 4% above the previous close. So there's a pretty big gap. So that's the definition of a gap. Remember, the first print of the day. So if that happens and the stock makes a new high, that would be a gap up and go. So the stock gapped up and it kept going. Now, it doesn't going higher, doesn't mean it's going to continue like that all day long, of course. But at the time of the alert, that's what and I put a 15-minute delay on this. Okay, I like to see, again, I like to see things settle down a little bit. So I put a 15-minute delay on it. You don't have to do the same, but so that's the gap up and go, gap down and reverse. Hopefully these make sense. A stock that gap down and then is reversing. Gap up and reverse. That's where we found the EVNX, ENVX, sorry. It gapped up and then it reversed. And then the gap down and go, it gapped down and kept going down. So you can see these two are opposite of each other: gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and the gap up and go and gap down and go, they're opposites. So hopefully that all kind of makes sense. And this is available on my homepage. My homepage is here. And I'll go into a little more detail about what you'll find on my homepage. I think the promo is still on, by the way. I should actually check. But if you click on my homepage link, this is, excuse me. Okay, so this is what you'll see. You have to scroll down a little bit, and then here are my scans, okay? Click here, and there it is, the gap continuation or reverse. Now, the one I put in is the repeating version. So every time Hoodie, for instance, makes a new low, you'll see it. Every time Viru makes a new high, you'll see it, okay? Whereas this one, this just shows you the very first alert. So you can kind of go back in time and say, okay, NIO had an alert at 9:45. The price was 11:42. This was called a gap up and reverse. It gapped up and reverse. What has it done since then? That's the don't repeat. Now let me just check to see if that promo is still good. I think it should be. This will be the last day for it. And the answer is yes. So this is probably the last day for the promo, guys. Okay, you get 25% off the entire year, depending on a premium or an annual or a standard subscription, or the first month only. Okay, of a premium or annual subscription. I'll go over that a little bit more. I just wanted to make sure. I know the email always says usually the night before it expires, but usually there's a 1-day grace. All right, so the market is sort of just drifting down a little bit. NAS has gone slightly negative. Dow is still slightly positive. SPY is basically flat. Aha, I see that the AI actually had an alert to short VERV, VERV. So that worked out okay so far. I mean, I'm so interested in this one. I just wish it didn't have these pops, because that might get the bottom fishers excited, and say, okay, let's try it again, see if it can pop up. Much rather see something like a CVNA, which did this. Now it's had a little bit of a pop here, but look what really no tremendous fluctuations in the pre-market. But once it opened, it was straight down. So let's see what happened with the SONN. So the next high, it almost got there, 210. Now, if it takes out 210, it's definitely got some room on a percentage basis. 244 is the next high. But will it do that again? That's the big issue. Already had a nice gap to begin, or pop up to begin. Now this, I think, had a horrible day. Yeah, so we're getting some stocks that had horrible days on earnings on Friday and trying to recover a little bit. Here's the TWLO, horrible day. I mean, look at this. The day before, that was Thursday, it closed and we're at $65. It's down to 42. But go a few days before that. I mean, this was up at 78, down to 41. Just horrible. But trying to have a little bit of a bounce. TWLO. Wow, SON is getting close to $2 now, guys. SONN. The Blue Oyster Cult, OYST, guys, is remember, this is a buyout potential. So actually, it's not a potential. I mean, when I say this is not a wow. Look at this, $11 a share, though. This is not a hostile takeover, or they have agreed to it. Now, whether it closes or not, that's another issue. But it's interesting that it's way above that $11 per share, though. $11.75. Now, the thing is, I don't know if it's a combination of all stock, which means that it'll be tied to the price. I'm sorry, VTRS, right? VTRS. So it's possible that the VTR. So I didn't read it, in any depth. So if it's tied to the VTRS share price, that would be a reason why it's above $11. I'd be awfully careful, guys. I mean, yeah, you're still getting these press releases, these announcements coming out. Several uncertainties with their drug. Okay, so I mean, you're still getting these announcements that are coming out. They're conflicting announcements. Then you get one of these, none of the certainties, invalidate the mortality benefit, but So be very careful if you're in this VERU. I mean, man, this has got a ton of room too. VTRS has got a lot of room. I think I said 1188. Yeah, 1188 is the next high looking left for VTRS. So, but again, you got to be a little careful. They're looking to take over a company. Typically, that's not happen when the acquiring company usually does not have this sort of a pop, but it's also an earnings play. So that might be counteracting. It's a huge float, 1.2 billion in the float. So, no, it's got that going for it in terms of, it may not be, incredibly whippy. And but that, I mean, there's your attraction right up here, guys. Look left on that daily chart, 1189, 1190 or so. So that'd be if we get anywhere close to that. I'm sorry, I am wrong. I am wrong. 1115 is the next high looking left. I thought it was above all this. Okay, 1115 and then also 1145. So not quite as good as I thought it was in terms of the amount of room it has. What panel has entries and exits? There's only one thing that has actually, well, the AI, okay, it's the only thing that has entries, potential entries, and a stop. Okay, it's the AI. Nothing else has that. Everything else is, it's up to you. Now, let me qualify that a little bit. So we do, again, this is just a guide, okay? So this is Tahiri or Tajiri or Tahiri. You'll have to tell me how to pronounce it, whether the Spanish way or some other language. So every time you click on an alert in an alert window, you will see that there is something called a smart stop that is automatically generated. I mean, you can use that. I'm not saying that's the ideal smart stop. So what they're saying right here, and if you don't have the smart stop on your chart, if you right click and click on properties, and at the very bottom, it says show smart risk levels. If that's unchecked, then you can check it. When you do that, every time you click on an alert, if I click on SLNA, okay, if you took the trade at 444, the suggested smart stop is it's hard to tell because it might be even below. Let me take another one that you can absolutely see it. There we go. So if you took what, again, just a suggestion. If you took this trade right now, SONN, they're suggesting a smart stop of 178 as an example. Okay. But it's just a suggestion. And the exit, you might see up above, the exit is just double. And again, I would never pay attention to it. All right. The exit, because all it is double the difference between wherever you get in and the smart stop. So it is double. So it'd be a number up here that we can't see. But would you get out of a trade if it was still working? No. So I find that the target is irrelevant. You might want to if you want to use this at all, then you might want to obey the smart stop. The smart stop is generated automatically. It's an algorithm taking a look at, I believe it's 15-minute candles, volatility, high and low of the day, feeds all that in, and it generates a smart stop. And of course, that smart stop changes, depending when you click on a symbol. There it is, 1325 for CERT. smart stop at 1288. But if I clicked on this later on, if this were up at 1350, that smart stop will have moved up, if that makes sense. But if you got into the trade right now, there is a suggested smart stop. Now, what this is telling me, though, interestingly, look how these bars are diminishing. So again, this is telling me right now to beware, because even though this looks like an excellent pattern, there's a red bar ignored in the 15, continuation. But these bars are telling me that, you know what, it appears there are more bearish candlestick patterns than bullish ones right now. Again, you don't have this indicator. What's the float? Well, let's see if we have any float information. We have no float information for SLNA. Let's see if anybody else does. With the float checker, this is something that takes a look at different websites and what the float is. There's no, can't even find the symbol. If I typed it in right, SL, yeah, can't even find the symbol. So float unknown. As opposed to, okay, let me just show you what I'm talking about. Let's go Macy's. So again, so if I type in the symbol, so it goes to various websites. Usually it's these five: Yahoo, FinViz, Ameritrade, Morningstar, and the Wall Street Journal. So, here is the float for Macy's, and our float, hopefully it's about the same. Yeah, 269. So you can see with an established stock, it's usually pretty simple to determine what the float is. But for SLNA, that's what I'm saying. When I type in SLNA, it doesn't even come up as a symbol. So now, how to find a stock float of an initial public offering? We could probably do something like that. You have to go into the SEC filings, I guess, but I'm obviously not prepared to do that. Verve. This is a not to be. Oh, yeah. This is okay. Let me make sure I got this right here. Verve. Of course. What am I thinking of? This is okay. Now this is a gap down and go. I was thinking of Veru. The U and the V. So Verve now is starting to make its way down. Okay, well, if maybe you have to go right to the FinViz site. You saw what I did, and FinViz is one of the websites, but it didn't have the information there. Here's a gap up and go, guys, the CRK. Now, you can just kind of see the bars are starting to get a little bit longer here, and is getting bigger. Well, I think GCT's been a bit of a choppy one. Yeah, so look what it did. It got up to 669, down to 574. On the move now, though, guys. GCT, China stock. And the next high looking left. Looks like that could be 757. Could be. Just trying to eyeball this. It looks like, yeah, actually 745. Okay, 745 could be the next high looking left for this one for GCT. You unfortunately, I can't get this the way I want it. Okay. It's a low float, 8 million in the float. So if you take this one, be very, very careful. 8 million in the float, tons of volume, 13 million have traded. So it's obviously traded the float and more. Yeah, Verve is just too choppy for me. You got down to what, 20, 22.21. It's popped up 60 cents. Yeah, just way too choppy for me. This is what I was saying, I don't like these ones that have pops because I mean they could have a pop at any time again, as opposed to sort of a nice gentle descent. Guys have been talking in our YouTube room about Tupperware, TUP. Look at TUP. Yeah, I mean, then, well, obviously, if it somehow gets through 517, I think this is the one where, yeah, so some insider bought, how many shares? 100,000, about a little over $100,000 worth of Tupperware at 423. That was disclosed on the 4th, or he bought it on the 4th. I guess it's disclosed today. Oh my goodness, look at Verve now. This is, it's got to be easier things on the nerves, but this is now really starting to capitulate a little bit more. VERV. All right, let's take a look at some of the things that have. I'll go over the racing in a bit here, guys. I just want to see. I like to see this top 10 list build up. Yeah, to me, there's just too much resistance. I'm looking at this SGLY. Too much resistance around this 3 level. Look at all this stuff happening on the daily chart. Nice move, 13%, but not an earnings play. Don't know why it's moved today, SGLY. Hey guys, so this is the trade of the week. It's been a little bit choppy, but it triggered at 26.50. So how you trade it will be up to you, of course. These are designed for longer term holds, but again, how you trade it will be up to you. The next high looking left is 27, so it's right at that high. And if you back out the chart a little bit further, you start to see areas, other areas where it could get to 27.70. Is that right? Yeah, 27.66 looks like that's the next high looking left, if it can get through 27, and that is MGY. Take a look at these at XLE. What is it doing? That's the sector it's in. Yeah, so if you look at XLE and you look at MGY, almost trading identically in terms of the bars. That's why if you're going to get into a trade and it doesn't have any news on its own, it's always a good idea. I mean, look at that. It's virtually exactly the same. It's always a good idea to know what its sector is doing. You know, if XLE starts to really move down, why would you buy this right now anyway? I'm assuming Shady is out of this SPRC. Yeah, I had my doubts about it. Phase two, market open and it just basically fell. No shorts were available for me. Well, I'm wondering if these are just rehashes. That looks like exactly the same press release that came out at eight something or other. So these are just looking like they're rehashes, the same press release, and that is for the VERU. It's not stopping. So if you're in this one, the same. Let's see. The next high looking left is 1607. It's not a crazy low float. 64 million. It's not crazy low. Yeah. I know you're kidding, but I'm just going to get rid of that, okay? I know you're kidding, in Mamba. But just in case somebody's new and sees, something going to the moon. I know you're kidding, but we have impressionable minds in the room. Well, it really worked well, guys, was that ENVX on that gap up and go, gap up and reverse. Yeah, GCT well, it popped up initially over 7 and it came right back down. All right, guys, 10:25. So I think I'll go into my little TI spiel now. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen, live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas, yes. Okay, so I did put my homepage in. Again, my link to my homepage. So if you click on that link, whoops, oh, no, 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 no. I think I just booted myself out of the room. There we go. Just give me a moment, guys. I know what I did. I know what I did. Okay, screen sharing. YouTubers are okay, I know, but I accidentally clicked on the wrong tab. Okay, everything should be back. Sorry about that, guys. I clicked on the wrong tab, so screen disappeared and so let me start that again. Okay, you click on my homepage link that I put in the room. So that test drive 25 is still alive, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas, give you an idea how much it costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium annual is 2,000, standard annual is 1,000, less the 25%. The big difference is the AI. This gave you Verve earlier and Billy right now, but I'll go over the AI in a bit. We have a monthly plan, of course. You don't have to go annual. In fact, this is my recommendation. If you don't know this program that well, what you can do is you can take out a monthly subscription, 118, 228, less the 25% for the first month only. Now, within a month, if you decide, you know what, I wouldn't mind having an annual, we'll honor the 25% discount, okay? Now, if you want to stick with a monthly subscription forever, that's fine. But just know that that's what you'll pay going forward. Okay, but that's my advice. Don't take out an annual unless you know you want the program. You have to look at the terms and conditions of getting a refund, okay, on an annual. We'll get people, 2 or 3 or 4 months into it, and for whatever reason they're not trading anymore and they want their money back. You're not going to get it. Okay, so take out a monthly. Make sure you want the program before you go to an annual. And as always, if you're just brand new to Trade Ideas, I think I've seen a couple of people saying they're new subscribers. Hopefully you've done the Let's Get Started. This will take you through the download and installation, the first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. Now, if you've already done the install and your login, obviously you don't have to do that over again, but please do that. At least it'll give you an idea, but some of the basic features of Trade Ideas. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. Daily stock of the day video. So that's what I do at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here, free, of course. I've talked a little bit about the trade of the week. It is a free service. You click here, you can sign up for it. Usually you'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. And again, this week's trade of the week is MGY and considered live at 26.50. Education, big education section is here. We have a great user guide. Click on the user guide. There's that getting started section. Now, at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what stock racing is all about, okay? You get that. there obviously there more information in the user guide, but make sure you understand what some of the basic features of trade ideas before you start looking at price alerts and sound alerts and everything else. Okay. Daily support. So today is Monday. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And again, Monday, it is Chris Varley's turn to be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And of course, Chris is there also between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. I shut the main room down at 3:30. You can always head over to YouTube and listen to Chris for another hour. Daily webinars. So you can sign up for them all right here. And the back to basics. Okay, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. If you're new to trading, a great free resource. Introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. Okay, so a lot of information is there. Plus my scans. If you want my scans, here are the scans that I'm sharing. So the two races that you see, this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. I'm paying a little more attention to my gap continuation or reversal scan. But again, I do have some other ones. I've shown you the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, don't get very many alerts. Okay, I have tough filters in these. You know, not going to get too many alerts of either. So if you do take out a subscription, it helps to keep the room free. Okay, if you use my link. Company knows that the room is effective, and yes, I do get a little commission. I'll be upfront about that. So if you save my link and later on take out a subscription, great. But also saving my link because I change my scans up from time to time, and also the education section is here. So I think it's a good resource just to have my link. Okay. Yes, I do it every day. Somebody is asking how often do I do a mark? Yeah, the room is free, so I mean you have to put up with me for about 10 minutes in the morning and maybe about 5 minutes later on in the afternoon talking about trade ideas. Yes, obviously we use it for marketing. Give me a moment. Okay. Just looking at this one from Friday, that peekaboo, really, I don't think it's shortable yet for me. No, not yet. PKBO. So again, what is Trade Ideas? Just, again, those of you who are new, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Now you notice I'm sharing a lot of scans. We also have a lot of scans that we have developed that you can take a look at. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, and these are all themed based channels. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, this is an example of a scan, a momentum scan. So if with my scans that I'm sharing and any scan that you happen to see in the channels and you want to know what it's looking for, you just right click, configure, and summary. That's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. Volume is 100,000 shares. These are the two cool metrics, really. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Typically, when you get an alert, you'll see a big volume pop. The bottom line is this: if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what we're really good at, creating these events. So if we look at Annex now, you might say, well, wait a minute, it's 1035. Well, that's what happened at 1030. That's the last symbol That's the last stock that met all the filter requirements. Okay, nothing has happened since then. And you can see the volume that came in. Okay. Now, if you want, now this is, and here it is again. Now, if you wanted this scan right there, I'm sharing it. No, it's on my homepage. It's called Momo. But all I'm really trying to show you now is that if you went to different channels and you saw a scan that you might like, here's what you do. You right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. That takes it out of this layout. Okay, takes it out of the layout. And now, just like it says, popped up on my other monitor, it's free floating. So you can do one of two things now. If you liked it exactly the way it is, in other words, when you right click configure and you check out the summary, and if you don't mind, if you like all these filter values and the filters it's using, great, save it to the cloud. You can, of course, if you wanted to though, you just click on the icon. And if you wanted to change the price range, okay, I've changed it to 10 and 100. Click on summary, you see how it's changed. Say okay, and then you can save it to the cloud. So if you like it exactly the way it is, you can save it to the cloud immediately, or you can make some changes and then you right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Okay. Now, if you make a change while you're in the channel, and then you come back to and then you leave the channel and come back, the change is not saved. And the reason is, we get this question all the time. That's why I like to go over it. The reason is because the channel is all these are developed for everybody. In fact, you want to make a change to something, does not necessarily reflect what other people want. Okay. So you can go to the different channels, extract scans you might like, you save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back from the cloud, file, load from cloud. You can see it up here, load it, file, load from cloud again, see it, load it. And in that way, you can create a layout without actually having to know how to build any scan from scratch. Okay. And again, I'm not here to tell you all the aspects of Trade Ideas and to teach you how to use Trade Ideas in any great depth, but that is why we have the user guide. Okay, again, on my homepage, go to the user guide, and everything is there. Now the racing. So the racing is a very cool feature, and if I were new to Trade Ideas, I probably would just try to establish one race and concentrate on that, as opposed to having all sorts of different alert windows, clicking like mad and getting nothing done. So what is the race? If I right click on this, and these are the two I'm sharing. If I right click and I open the top list, this is what it's looking for. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, minimum volume is 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from the close. If all of these filter values are met, when a race starts, and I run 4-minute races, that means I have a 4-minute race. Once that race is over, another one will begin. If all those filter values are met, what you'll see floating to the top is a stock that has had the biggest percentage move since the race began. Okay, so that race began a minute ago. GCT has moved 5.21%, SLNA 3.84%. Okay, because it meets all those filter requirements between 1 and 50, 200,000 shares, etc. Now you can see right off the bat that over the course of the 4-minute race, there'll be jockeying for position. Stocks will move up and down. At the end of the race, there'll be a winner. And that's why we see over here, this is a winner. And these are the winners so far of the races. I start my race at 9:30. And eventually there'll be a top 10 list. And this turns into just a great watch list for you. So stocks that you can concentrate on all day long. Okay. So Viru won 6 races. That's why it's in the number 1 position. SLNA, there's still 2 minutes to go. Not necessarily it's going to win the race, but looking good. It's up 9% since the race started 2 minutes ago. So if it does win this race, then of course that 2 that you see beside SLNA will turn to 3. But the bottom line is it gives you a great watch list for the day. I would be concentrating certainly on the ones that keep winning races over and over again. You might look at it and go, oh man, I missed it. But what if SLNA pulls back, to a certain level that might be of interest to you? And this has just been a great, great move. Now, so you can, I mean, again, these are 2 races that I am sharing, but every race starts off from a top list. So if I look at the configure again, of course you can have your own configuration. If you wanted a different price range, a different minimum volume, maybe you don't care if the stock is up from the close. As you get used to using trade ideas, somebody asked in their YouTube room, maybe you want to see only stocks that are above all moving averages, certain moving averages, things like that. You can create races based on your top list configuration. And once you do that, you right click and you launch it. So you can create, of course, you can create your own race. All of this is in the guide. Okay. All of this excuse me, all of it's in the guide. Now this race, it's similar, but what I did here, because this, the stocks that you see here can be very volatile. Wonderful when they're moving up, not so nice when they're moving down. Okay. The races you see here are based on a minimum of a 500 million market cap and minimum 50 million in the flow, 50. So you're not going to see typically big percentage moves here, typically. Okay. So if I were new to trading, maybe I'd want to concentrate a little bit more on this one because it's a little less volatile, well, quite a bit less volatile. So you're not going to get the SLNAs that have moved now 60%. But on the other hand, once the buying, stops with SLNA, you could drop easily 10, 20% just like that. So that's why I'm saying if you're new to trading, I may want to concentrate on something like this first. One-on-one, well, you got to pay for it. So before I would pay for one-on-one to Tahiri, before I would do that, I would, look at the guide. I would look at the guide. I would, maybe go into, I mean, you can listen to me. You can ask me questions, of course. If you're new to trading, I showed you on my home page, there was that series. It's free video series. Starts off with what is a stock, candlestick patterns, and all of that. And then between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room, there's another trader takes over. They might have it, Chris Farley. We have 5 different traders that look after the room Monday to Friday in our YouTube room when I take my break between 12 and 1. They all have different takes, on how they look at the market, their scans. So I would not pay, I don't even know what it is now, $160 or I would not pay for one-on-one until you have looked at everything else. Okay. And Chris is really good. I mean, 3:30 to 4:30 in our YouTube room when I shut the main room down. I mean, you can ask him as many questions as you want, really. I mean, look, a lot of it is predicated though that you've at least looked at that getting started. If, if we get a question, well, what is an alert window? That means, I'm not picking on you specifically, but just in general, that means no, a person hasn't taken the time to at least do that 30 minutes. Okay. So we expect at least you do the 30 minutes so you know what an alert window is, a top list window is, the basics. After that, I mean, if a person comes in and says, "Well, teach me everything about trade ideas," and I don't know anything, it'd be really a waste of time. So anyway, yeah, look at this SLNA. I mean, I don't think there's any news on it. Doesn't really, it was one of those IPO or trying to look at the price here, a SPAC that turned into SLNA just a few days ago, got up to 50. I mean, if you're looking for news, you're probably not going to find any. Here's the news. It hit $50 on the 27th. Okay, that's the news. Because now all of a sudden, traders, maybe some Reddit crew has got a hold of this, and it starts to move, and traders are looking left, says, wow, remember the day I got up to 50? It's not that long ago. Could it happen? Could it get close again? And the other thing we've got here, guys, this blue window that you see here, if you're new to trading, I can't emphasize enough. Don't start to trade until you've practiced. Now, unfortunately, this window here, this called Brokerage Plus, is not available if you're using the web-based version. And right now, neither are the races available. But, I'm just going to put the link in, but just quickly go over Brokerage Plus. Look at Funko. Boy, Funko had a downgrade this morning too. FNKO had a downgrade this morning. So what? So the Brokerage Plus, there's the link I put in has two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. And there's a longer video, goes into more detail about how you can use it. Okay. But again, listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. Just means you don't have access to that feature of using this window. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. But I really, the big reason to use it is as a simulator. If you click on New, Brokerage Plus, this is the window that'll pop up. Okay, it'll say not connected. What I did was I clicked on Sim, then not connected, change to account, and then I click on account, and now I'm in the simulator. Okay, now you can practice trading. Simple enough to do. You click on an alert, the symbol shows up, how many shares you want to trade, price you want to get in at, click the buy button, and then send it. So I cannot, again, practice trading, and it's all you need is our standard service, and it uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. If you want to practice, you're not sure who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, then all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice, okay? Uses our real-time data. Yeah, I see Funko, I see FNKO is in the downgrade list, but is having a great day. Great little recovery day. I mean, for all the reasons, remember now, it's an earnings play. So for all those reasons that it got hammered down, I mean, they're still there. This is just, bottom fishing. But it's not like Funko has all of a sudden come out and said, you know what? Earnings weren't really that bad. Depends what you mean by training, Tahiri. And by the way, please, you're in the specific stock section, okay? That's why we have a general market talk or even trade ideas questions, okay? Maybe you want to put them there, okay? So this is for specific stocks only. That's the tab you're in right now. Hopefully you can see. Go over to the trade ideas questions and ask those sort of questions, please. Just try to keep this free just for stocks. But what do you mean by training anyway? If you're talking about what I'm doing is actually, believe it or not, I think it is recorded on YouTube. But I mean, I talk for 7 hours. Look at that verve. Boy, I'm glad I didn't, just not friendly. Well, I missed some of these halts. So this got halted on the way down, I guess. COAP is coming back. All right, guys. So the market is actually just kind of flat. Just flat. Look at this. No big action one way or the other. NAS is slightly positive. Dow's up a little. SPY's basically flat. So the market is just flat. Let's take a look at the sectors now a different way. So I'm going to click on new doc channel bar. And I've got a channel I created called Change from the Open now. So let's see how dramatically anything has changed. So you can see that energy, if you were here 10 minutes before the market opened, if you're in the room, this is about the same. So not only are the stocks still above yesterday's close, yesterday meaning Friday, because when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, this was about the same percentage, 95%. But they're also, what that means, that 95% means is that the stocks that make up XLE, 95% of them are above their opening trade. In other words, they've moved higher. So energy is very strong. Look at technology though. When we looked at technology, the change from the close on Friday, I believe it was around 90% that were up. But look at this. 67% of them are down from their open. Okay, that's why the change from the open is the way to go, guys. It's the change from the close, it's okay, but the change from the open is, in my opinion anyway, is the way to look at the market. So energy is super strong. Every single stock is above their opening. So that's why, MGY should still be pretty good. This is the trade of the week. Yeah, I mean, it's still good. Are you talking about the one we just saw? The change from the open delta? I can give it to you. Okay. I should rename it too. Okay, that should be the link, okay? No, it's a layout, okay? So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, okay? Wow, VTRS is very nice. Very, very nice. That is a great move, guys. I mean, steady. You get steady, usually you'll get, obviously, you should get things that are, especially, either on the upside or the downside. When you've got 1.2 billion in the float, you're generally not going to see wild fluctuations either side. Where's Pepe? Are you in the room, Pepe? Yes, sir. Well, our friend, my little chime is back. I didn't do anything. The little chime, the actions, the little play sound, this little beep. It's not a beep anymore. It's a nice little melodic chime. It's back. Didn't do anything. Crazy. I know there's some of you have been following this RVPH for a long time. I mean, it had that tremendous run from $1.59 all the way up to 412 before it pulled back, and then it got back up to 448, and then it had the drop, but it's been just, every day. The only issue I have is a difficult, anyway, for me anyway, it's a very difficult intraday trader because look at the topping tails and bottoming tails, on the daily chart. So that means from within the day, it can be up and down, up and down. Tough for me to really commit. But if you're sort of in a longer term, I mean, this has just been really nice, RVPH. All right, guys, just give me a moment. I've got some internal discussions that I like to follow within Trade Ideas. Okay, guys, let's see. Ija, well, oyster is a buyout, right? So that's my only thought on it. Oyster is a buyout by VTRS, though the buyout price seems to be around 11, but it's just flatlining now. So question in our YouTube room about my thoughts on OYST. OYST, it's a buyout. So, and it's, it's basically hung at that 1170. All right. Well, I do see that Verve, I guess the only way to have played this one is to have taken fewer shares and then hang on through, the 30, 40, 50 cent whips, because this does look so weak still. Well, an astute person like yourself should have realized that, though. Not even having to look at the news, but when you see a stock flatlining, usually that means there's a buyout in progress. An astute person like yourself. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room, giving him a gentle dig. Boy, Tupperware guys, the next high is at 517. So again, this insider bought some at about $100,000 worth at I think, a 423 or so. Remember NIO and LI and XPAV were probably pretty strong early. Look at them all now. Now, my guess, let's take a look at KWeb. Well, this is, it's trying to base here, but I mean, look at that initial candle for KWeb. And again, if you're going to play any China stock and it doesn't have specific news for it, I'd have KWeb and I'd be, side by side the stock that you're looking at. Yeah, Verve. I mean, I just couldn't commit to it. Now, oh, it's probably going to really, really drop now. Next low is 1920, I believe. 1920. 1920 for Verve. Okay, so here's a way in which you can use this top list that automatically gets created for you. Okay, so yeah, click on. I mean, Funko won a race, a long time ago. Doesn't mean you shouldn't look at it anymore. It because right now I mean, it depends on your trading plan. That's why you got to practice. But you might look at this and go, wow, okay, if it takes out the high, I want to know about it. Okay, the high of the day, it had the little pullback, and if it takes out that 928. I want to know about it. So you stick a price alert there. And the next high looking left is 1048, from Friday. So we would still have some room. So if this gets going again, taking out that high of the day, I mean, even if it doesn't win another race, but it's created the watch list for you automatically of stocks to follow all day long. A lot of you maybe would prefer to play something on a pullback. So here's AFMD. You might look at this and go, well, you know what? I don't mind this, but only I want to see if it pulls back to this 225 level. Right there. It looks like there's a little bit of a base there. Stick a price alert there. See if it happens. Okay, so that's what I would be doing, going through these and sticking price alerts at different areas, at areas that you think might be of interest. Now, if you're new to trading, you may not know. Well, I don't know what those areas are. That's why you've got to practice trading. Trading isn't easy, guys. There's no shortcut to any of this. The program is called Trade Ideas. Okay, and you can generate great ideas all day long, but you have to have some basis of training of trading. Understanding what chart patterns and depending, and you have to figure out what sort of a trader you are. I'm more of a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day if I'm wanting to short. And I look at and that's the way I like to there's the Funko. Okay, as an example, maybe it starts to move now. Others though want maybe are it suits them to play pullbacks. They can't stand taking stocks that are near the high of the day. So they'd rather play pullbacks, maybe pull back to a certain moving average or something. That's why you've got to practice. You won't know what style of trader is comfortable for you until you practice trading. Nobody starts off knowing that this is the type of trader I want to be. I like ideas, trade ideas. I think it's not called take the trade when you get the alert. Well, William, you've done well on this SYNH. And I think Shady is in this one too. You guys did very well on this one. Again, got hammered down on earnings on Friday, but another one that is recovering. We see a lot of patterns like this. Stocks that got hammered down on Friday, and instead of continuing down, they're having a little bit of a bounce. A 3-day rule breaker. Well, every now and then it's kind of fun to do that. So let's take the Funko in the simulator, okay? Let's do 400 shares. We can go in at the market and send it. And let's see how this works. I'll put a stop at $9. I'm not going over money management right now, guys, but you'll see there'll be a red bar that'll show up on the screen that'll tell me how much. Actually, it's not bad, $98. So I'm risking basically $100 on this trade. If I made sense, yeah. Got in at 9.25. Stop is 25 cents away. I took 400 shares. 400 times 25 cents, if I get stopped out at 9, equals $100. And these are hotkeys. If I want to get out of a trade right now, I just have to, if I were in a series of trades here, I would just highlight the trade I want to get out of. I can flatten it, or I can get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. Of course, I could go right into the share box and pick exactly how many shares I want and exactly the price. These are just some quick hotkeys though for you. Well, Verve is, I mean, it's a great trade now. Wow, great. I mean, phew, it's just, unfortunately, just, I probably should have paid a little more attention to it when it broke underneath 22, you know, but summer in it. And it still has room. What did I say? 1917, I believe is, yeah, 1917. Make sure of that. Yeah, definitely. 1917 is the next low looking left on the daily chart. And so this one, from the AI is looking pretty good. There was the AI alert at 24:15. Really no danger of getting stopped out, even during the little bit of whippiness it had. Just give me a moment. Oh boy, too bad. This would have been the short of the century. There's probably not too many people have shorts available though for this one. HUDI. Nonsense. It got up to $200 on Friday, almost to $200. Now it's a financing at 20 and now just absolutely collapsing. And that's the HUDI. And I know nobody in this room held this. I know nobody in this room held this other than who had, was it Ron? Who said they had one share in case it went. That was Neil, not Ron. Sorry. So one of the ways you can keep, it's easy to take a trade. When do you get out? So a couple of columns I like to have here, the max P&L and the distance from the exit price, okay? Now these are columns you can add. If you load Brokerage Plus and you don't have these columns, that's okay. You can add them. But the max P&L, right? See, right now it's telling me, I'm up $16 in this trade, okay? The max I would have been up would have been 46. Okay, if I got out right at the top here. Now, what you would not want to see when you get out of a trade, you would not want to see it, say, for argument's sake, you had a max P&L of $500, and when you exit, you're only up 10. Obviously, that's not managing your exits very well, okay? The other one is the distance from the exit price, because what that tells you is, okay, you get out of a trade at a certain price, where is it now? So if you got out of a trade at a certain price, you know, and assuming you went long, you would want to see a nice big negative number there. Because, you know, if you got out of a trade at 10 and now it's at 950 or 940, you go, great, that was a great exit. Okay. So this can give you a good idea, a bit of an idea. How good are my exits? How good am I, you know, how, where I'm getting out of trades? And listen, you'll never get out at the absolute top penny. Okay. But again, you don't want to let something go from $500 up to, you know, $50 up, or even worse, turn into a negative position. I'm just talking about mod, probably horrible volume. No, not positive yet, but it's not horrible volume, Aja. See, okay, so this one as an example, fold, okay? This showed up at trigger was 996 as a gap down and reverse, okay? Now, this would look awesome if all this, when you look left, wasn't so close. Imagine if you could look left on this one, this is now just over 10, and all this that you see to the left was maybe under the current price, and the next high looking left was, you know, up here at 1160. It would be awesome. But the way I trade, I just look left, and if I just see what I think is just too much near-term resistance, I just don't take the trade. I mean, this could fly, okay? But my trading plan is that when I look left and if I see something that's too close to the current price, I don't take the trade. And, you know, many times though, yeah, stock will just, you know, zip right through the area. But you know, that's my trading plan. So you have to develop some kind of a trading plan. And don't beat yourself up. I don't beat myself up if if all of a sudden in the next, you know, 30 minutes, this is at $12. I'm not going to beat myself up. Maybe just a little. See this article. Oh no, wait a minute. 1025 is the next high looking left. Yeah, so it doesn't have, but you know, if it can take out 1025, then the next high is 1080. This is actually an earnings play after hours today, post market, unless they released early. No, it looks like this is an earnings play after hours today, ARKL. I never take a trade. I never take a trade and hold through earnings. Never, 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 never. That is another hard and fast rule that I never break. Never do I break it. Any thoughts on AFMD? Well, I don't have to click on the alert here. I mean, it's had a great day. I mean, there's no question. 25%, great volume, big float. Had earnings last week. they've put some news out about phase 1/2A trials, etc. So I mean that's helped the stock. I mean I look at it and where's the next high? 246, then 263. I mean there's a lot of stuff between here and 280. Now look, if you knew that it was going to get up to 280 and it's at 242, of course. I just don't know that. And it's a pretty big float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. I mean, look at Verve now. I mean, this just really popped right back up, didn't it? VERV. I mean, that's a big pop. He's a difficult trader today, in my opinion. What did it get down to? It got down to 2164, and now it has popped right back over 20, not just 22, but 23. So guys, I'm just going to show again how you get out of a trade. I'm just going to flatten this Funko, get out of the trade. So a $12 loss in the simulator could have made 46 max. So I mean, it's not, but it's just showing the mechanics of how to do this, okay? Aha, GDS, GDS. Ooh, look at the volume coming in. GDS, I think this had earnings, yeah, the 15th, so it's past. China stock. And the next high, well, it's got some room. The next high is 1110, no, sorry, 1262. Boy, this has got some room, guys. GDS has got some room. I'd like to see it take out 11 though. And because look left, 1262. But as always, take a look at it as a China stock. So keep an eye on KWEB. KWEB falling. And a little bit of a green bar. I mean, it's a little bit hard to try to commit to a China stock unless it's got some news on its own. But this is certainly kind of trading on its own because it's not following what KWEB is doing. I mean, obviously they don't all have to. And see these bars there increasing. So the bullish candlestick patterns compared to the bearish candlestick patterns as a ratio, way more. Problem is that you would like to have got this right there as these bars were increasing. See, this is the interesting thing. The bars were increasing here and the stock was flat. It can be a precursor of something happening. And again, this is not available yet. This histogram that you see down here, it is not available yet for you guys. I think Michael and I will spend a solid week. Tomorrow, Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. It's his shift. And you can ask him questions about this. Okay, his views on it. He created it a long time ago and actually forgot he'd even done it. And I'm talking about this histogram you see here. You don't have access to it, okay? Good. How did the conversation? It went well. Well. I mean, sort of. I found out a little bit more about it and all. But as you know, nothing is bulletproof. There's no bulletproof indicator. Not really. I mean, it's just again what I was saying. I mean, obviously the higher the bar, the more bullish because it's comparing again bullish candlestick patterns to bearish candlestick patterns. I mean, that's the principle of it. Okay, so where I think its use can come in is if, well, right there, and if the stock isn't moving, so it could be building some, something sort of bubbling below the surface that we're just not seeing yet. That's kind of how I'm viewing it. The other thing is that I think this can help keep in a trade longer, be it the short side or the long side. The reason being is that, if you get into a trade and you think, oh my gosh, look what it's doing, it's so extended, but yet these bars are still, higher and higher and higher till they start dropping, keep in the trade, even though it might look extended. Stuff like that. There was a short, I think I was in last week. That was classic because I'd be looking, oh man, I better get out of this, start to cover. And yet these bars were just, kept dwindling. So in other words, again, the ratio of bearish to bullish candles, was certainly in the favor of the bearish candles. So I said, you know what? Keep in the trade. Just keep in the trade until you see a change. I think he said, though, you could even maybe down the road try to scan for it. But what I would do tomorrow, he'll be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. You can ask him questions about it. Not just you, Pepe, but anybody else who's interested in this histogram here that I've got on the 15-minute chart. All right, I'm interested in this GDS, okay? If it gets back over 11, just watching this, yeah, it's dropped a little bit, but I want to see if this gets back over 11 for GDS because it's got all this room. 1267, next high looking left. May not happen, but this, I've got an alert set up here. Maybe I'll set an alert around 1107 and see if it takes it out. No kidding, second leg, Veru. Let's see, they're trying to still pump out that negative press release. Wow. So, I mean, look at the uncertainty. I mean, listen, for today, great. But, set to face the FDA advisory committee this week regarding its application for an oral COVID-19. The histogram it's not available to you yet. Well, I shouldn't even say yet. I mean, Michael Noss created it about 6 months ago. It's an indicator, and the theory being that the larger the bars, the more bullish, and if the bars are shrinking, the more bearish it is. Okay, it's a comparison of bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish candlestick patterns. So hanging man and all the different names that I don't care about, but he has been able to put them all in to some kind of a formula, and he comes up with a ratio. It's just not available for you guys yet. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Remember when I was showing you the momentum scanner from our channel? This had just popped in right here. You can see the volume, and look at that. Look at it. It has some room to maybe that 540 mark. I'm not saying it's getting there. What's the volume like? Yeah, it's good volume. Yeah, I'd probably discount anything in the pre-market. Well, when you say runs overnight, I don't know. I couldn't tell you that. If it actually runs overnight. I think there are some I know you can adjust the periods and all of that, but my advice, anybody who's really interested in this is to go to YouTube tomorrow at between 12 and 1, and Michael will be there. Oh yeah, Dean, that happened in the pre-market. HUDI, that happened in the pre-market right here for Hootie, right there at $20. Well, this used to be shortable for me, VERU, but it is not now. Boy, the market is just flattened out, guys. Look at this. Haven't seen this for a while. Market is just absolutely flattened right out. Actually, I see Veru. I don't mind talking about the AI alerts after the fact, but yeah, I can see that actually had an AI alert at 1484 for the Veru. Yeah, look at this little guy, Obsidian, OBE. I think the next high is 1030, so it's a little bit above that. Then after that, next high is 10. Yeah, it's actually 1036, and then the next high is 1082. So let's keep an eye on the OBE. What's the volume like? It's not great, but it's an earnings play tomorrow before the market opens. OBE is an earnings play. I'm not telling. You heard what I said before. I never hold anything through earnings, but it's an energy play. So I mean, energy sector is hot. All right, guys. Well, IC is having an interesting day. I mean, ISEE, of course, it had a tremendous run. Kind of was not doing too much. Then all of a sudden on Friday, can't remember. There might have been some news. I can't remember. It had a drop all the way down in 1984. This morning, there's another bottoming tail about the same. It looks like it's trying to recover a little bit. ISEE. So you can see that Veru, boy, it bounced off. I mean, if you're paying attention to like 8 EMAs and 20 SMAs and the VWAP, you can see that Veru came right into it, into basically all of them, right around that 1450 mark. I mean, it still has room. 1607 though is the next high looking left. 1607 is the next high looking left for Veru. All right, PKBO is sort of interesting, a little bit interesting what it's trying to do here. It's down to 6, fairly recent. Looks like this was a SPAC, turned into PKBO, had a big day on Friday, but it also closed, excuse me, significantly below its high of the day. But while this was going on, I think several of us took advantage of it. You know what, guys? This is a red bar ignored. NIO is a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. There's the red bar. Well, there's the green bar right there, the previous 15-minute candle, totally engulfed by the previous 15-minute candle. And then the next candle is red. The trigger is like 1086. This is like a pattern, sort of a pause in the downward trend. And what was the low looking left on Friday? 1060. So, I mean, look, if this takes out 1060, I mean, look left. The next low is way down at 9 for NIO. I'd stick an alert right there and see what happens at 1060. I mean, maybe it bounces off that, but if it takes this out with any authority, I mean, the next low is way down here at 9. So on a percentage basis, that'd be tremendous. Yeah, maybe find a little break on the SPY here, guys. A little bit of a break here. Wow. All right, guys, 11:44. So I want to do a quick check. I'm pretty sure it'll be Chris in our YouTube room. So there's a case in which, these bars look pretty good, long, but, I mean, they started to decrease, but, it's nothing is bulletproof. And I was really toying with the idea of taking this because of the gap, potential gap fill. But look at this. I mean, this is really, I mean, this is telling me though that there are more bullish candles right now with this. It's holding the ADMA. I mean, look at this giant bar right there. But you know what? As Michael said, it might be the greatest indicator known to mankind, or it might be totally useless. That is a big variance, but he was honest. Again, I don't want to, I keep repeating myself, but he developed this 6 months ago and completely forgot about it. And I just blundered. I blundered across it, I think, on Wednesday last week, and I asked him, "What is this?" He said, "Oh man, I forgot I had it." Well, let's keep an eye on this. I mean, will it hold the VWAP? 1059 is the VWAP. It's right there. It's right on the VWAP. And let's see if this makes any sense at all, holding the VWAP and bouncing from it. It's also trying to hold the 20 SMA and the ADMA. All right, guys, watching this Viru on a bit of a pullback now. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guy. Oh, I think Chris said he was going to be in the YouTube room. Yes, he's going to be there. Okay. So what I'm going to do right now, guys, I will put the YouTube link in. You guys in our main room can head over there if you'd like to. He'll be there in about 10 minutes, I guess, while I take my break. I mean, Vera is still strong. It is still strong. I mean, it's that, but 16 looks like that could be it, right? I mean, look at the daily chart. Looks like 16 could be it for a while anyway. Take a look at KWeb. I think, again, what I was saying with the GDS, yeah, I mean, eventually, the GDS is now just following what the rest of the Chinas are doing. So, I mean, even this. So it's hard to understand why these histograms are, giving us such, in theory, bullish looks. Again, I'm going to ask Michael, like, how do we interpret this? Remember what I was talking about the fold, how I didn't like it? Anyway, it's popping. Didn't like it. I mean, I liked it, except I thought there was too much resistance. But if you took it, just over that 10 level, I mean, it's at 1030, 1040 now. So here's that PCVX just hanging in this area, not not really budging. And I had the big pop of a couple of weeks ago. Did a financing and it is just didn't care about the financing at all. It is still just hanging in this area. Boy, Verve is all over the place. I mean, it's just, I mean, look at what it did. I mean, it got up to what, 24, 31, and now it's just dropped $1.50 like that, all over the place. Difficult, in my opinion, super difficult to trade, but I guess if you got it early enough, yeah, and you hung on. All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in. So here until Chris shows up, of course. Just intrigued with the GDS, but you know, the problem is with the KWEB. KWEB would have to stop moving down. Still hanging around the VWAP though. 1058 is the VWAP. It's still hanging around that area. Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, the Viru, again, not shortable for me. I mean, I'd be itching to short this. It gets close to that 16, but just not shortable for me. So what was the high? It was got up to what, 1590? And the high over here is 1607, 16, yeah, 1607 to 1620 or so. Well, I'm sure they'll have some impact, but I don't think on tomorrow's trading. I think the impact will be on Wednesday. I mean, okay, guys, there's the GDS. Look at this. But what's KWEB doing? KWEB's running a little bit of a green bar, but GDS, big bottoming tail. What are you down to? Down to 1040 or so? Big bottoming tail. It's hanging now over that over the VWAP. Just waiting for that little ping to let me know that Chris is in our YouTube room. What time is it now? 11:58. So he'll be there really soon. mentioned that there he is. Hello, Christopher.
Here I am.
Anybody call you Christopher these days? Or is it just me?
What's that?
I said, does anybody call you Christopher these days, or is it just me?
Mostly family members. I got a lot of family members, actually.
Well, you can adopt me, then I can be one of your members.
Listen, I'm all for it.
Okay. I think on that note,
let me swap the screen and you can start the papers.
Okay. Bye.
All right, Barry. We'll see you in about an hour.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Take care. All right, everybody. Happy Monday. Barry takes a little break here. Give those vocal cords a rest. And take over for the next hour or so. Doesn't look like the chat on the YouTube side of things is too active today, but anybody with questions, fire away for me, of course. As per usual, nothing pre-done for any of this, so I'll leave that all on you. Create the content and drive the direction we head in this. Market itself kind of lackluster. Seems like a lot of hurry up and wait game going on right now. Let's bring out a drawing tool. Someday it'll load. Maybe. Possibly. On the other screen. There we go. So, we made this bottom here. SPY continues to try to defend that that 370 level, excuse me. And we just kind of chop and slop around right now while we're in a wait and see mode, I guess. I guess the market maybe wants some more CPI numbers. They want to listen to the Fed pivot, not pivot, repivot, unpivot, over pivot, under pivot, whatever the heck. It kind of makes price discovery a bit dead at the moment. But, a gap up and a fade, a gap down, a reversal, and then a fade and a gap down. I guess this must have been the Fed meeting day. A gap down and then tries to reverse and sells it off. Gap up, gives it up, moves up, gives it up, brings it back up, gap up, running sideways. So it's absolutely no direction right now, making it, exhausting, to be honest. I mean, it was just absolutely exhausting. I had a bunch of energy positions I put on Friday on this sell-off on the XOP when it didn't pierce this level down here. I took a bunch of energy positions in here, rode them out. I thought it was looking really great this morning. And then I sold a bunch of them because it just, the UNG, the XOP, the XLE, and the IYE are all relatively up on the day. And the energy positions that I had were up, but they were not following these sectors. And I'm just not gonna hand anything back. And everything is, after I sold it, either slightly up or slightly down since then. So, I'm just not going to sit here and wait and hand money back. What do I think of DWAC? I don't know. DWAC. What do I think of DWAC? I don't think there's anything here. I mean, day trading vehicle, right? 7 million shares traded and 16 times what it's normally doing over the last 30 days, give or take. But you're in a really long downtrend. Is it the start of an uptrend? I don't know. We got 2 days under our belts. I'm not going to go chase it here if it was. And I'm going to need a lot more evidence, for a long-term reason to want to like this. I mean, look at this here and this here and this here and just running sideways for a long time. I think this is a story stock. I think this is more about news headlines than a viable, healthy, money-making company. I really don't know what they do. I don't know. I think it's something to do with like social media. But, when I'm looking at charts, it's irrelevant to me. There's no long-term thesis here. So what do I think of it? I think it's a great day trading vehicle because it trades a lot of shares every day, generally speaking. And it has these big pops and big moves and big ranges that it trades. So I think it's a fantastic day trading vehicle. But outside of that, it's a falling knife. Looking for strength or, in the overall market, I'm going to continue to look in the energy sector. I mentioned the other day, was this a floor for natural gas? So far it was natural gas is looking pretty healthy again. I would like to see it not close this gap down here. I'd like to see it not fill that gap and hold that and continue to move up. That would make me a much bigger believer. The problem with energy is the problem with a lot of these things. It's all hinged on news headlines. Has nothing to do with earnings. It has nothing to do with healthy companies. It has nothing to do with good looking charts. 2 weeks ago, I guess the White House comes out and says, we're telling companies to drill. And then yesterday, I guess Biden comes out and says, we're telling no more drilling. How do you, every time these guys open their mouths, whether it's the White House or the Fed or anybody else, it's really hard to trade things that they open their mouths about. And, you add a bear market to that, makes it nearly impossible to hold things long term, especially if you're up and you see it starting to reverse. Andro Trading. Hello, new to the platform. I like to trade the 10-minute inside candle and looking for ways to both use the TI features for that strategy as well as backtest. I don't see the candle strategy that fits in there, but there's some other ways it seems like using time frames, breakouts. 10 minutes. Let's look. Let me open an alert window. Bring over an alert window here. So what I'd point you to is first we just type 10 in here and get a whole bunch of things with 10. Well, all right, maybe not a whole, but so widen this up. There's some stuff that won't. So in 10-minute inside candles themselves, we're not going to be able to do. You've got, I don't think you want the channel breakouts because that's not going to give you a time frame that's going to look back on its own and look forward on its own and not give a specific time frame. There's the 10-minute consolidation breakout and breakdowns. So you might want to have a look at those, but again, it's not going to look at candles like that. It's going to look at time frames. So even if you've got something that's consolidating for an hour and then it makes a break one way or the other, it'll still meet the scan technically. So like I said, you can go with these and you could do some testing on those. And again, on anything here, you can click highlight, go to help. It's going to give you this web page here, which will first take you to the actual definition of the alert. If you scroll down past here, though, you're going to come to the alert filters, and that will give you what adding a value will do to these filters. So here's this for consolidation breakout. It says how far the last print was above the top of the consolidation pattern. For breakdown, says how far below it was. And that has to do with this here. So if I click this and I go add alert, all right, and then it brings me to the alert, selected alerts, this is where the filter comes in. You can either give it a value to say how far you want it outside or inside. Not inside, how far outside up or how far outside down, depending if you're looking for a breakout or a breakdown. So that's where it becomes a twofold with the alerts. Some of these alerts, like these, have the filters, the alert specific filters attached somewhere, others don't. So I could send you that direction. I don't think you're really going to want the 10-minute high. That's just basically saying that the high of the current 10-minute candle has now pierced the high of a previous 10-minute candle. That's it. It's not doing inside candles. It might perhaps lead you in a direction that you want, depending on the filters that you're looking at. And if you're looking for, again, a breakout or a breakdown, I don't think opening range break is going to do what you want at all, but it's there. MACD, again, I don't think that's what you want. I don't think you're looking for any of these kind of candle patterns. I don't know, I don't think you want the doji because you're looking at inside candles. So you're looking at, the prior inside, not an inside forming in that regard. The next place I'd send you is you could combine maybe this 10-minute consolidation, either breakout or breakdown, with thought I had, maybe I don't have a filter that I thought I had. I thought I had a filter in 10-minute time frame that would work something well for you. No, it's 15 minutes, not 10. All right, because I was going to send you a position and range filter and trying to find something that's, inside that way. That's 15 minutes. So change is going to be the same thing. No, change, all right. So you could also use maybe the change filters, but again, you're looking at time frames, not candles. So you could give it a value, whether you want to work in percent or dollars. So you could take this and add one of these filters. If we go over percent and say, using I like to use the show me function here. So it tells me what I'm doing. And if you're looking for stuff to be kind of consolidating over the last 10 minutes, you could say, show me stocks where they're down, I don't know, no more than 0.5% and up no more than 0.5%, for example. So by putting the minus 0.5 in the minimum, that's, show me stocks where the price is down no more than 0.5% in the last 10 minutes. And then you can cap it by up no more than 0.5%. I'm just using those as random numbers. Maybe you want a whole percent, maybe you want 0.75%, maybe you want 5%. I don't know how big of moves you're trying to capture, how big of a range. And remember, working on a percent basis is going to be relative to the price of the stock, obviously, as well. So those are the areas that I would skate you towards for what you're looking at. Those are the filters I'd put you towards. Just trying to think if there's something else. If there's something else that might help you. There's just so many alerts and filters, and even using the software for as long as I have, I forget what's in there because I have my kind of bread and butter that I use on my trading, and I don't really build a lot of scans anymore other than if I'm, someone asks for help on a template. I don't know, narrow range, but again, then you're looking at narrowing bars, in a consecutive. Again, it's not exactly what you're looking for. It might work. It might help you. I just want to, point out things to send you in some different directions of testing. I would gather from the language you're using and everything that you're fairly savvy as far as trading terminology goes. But of course, if there's anything I'm saying that doesn't make sense or you need me to elaborate more, I'll do my best. Just let me know. Yeah, range is all. Yeah. Like these range filters, like maybe a 15-minute range filter combined with a 10-minute change filter or something like that. That might be a combination that kind of gets you some sort of inside look. I don't think consecutive candles is at all going to help you at all. VWAP, no. Change from close, no. Change over days, nah, that's not what we're looking for. We want intraday stuff. Oh, with the position and range, I'm trying to think of what would be better, position and range or change itself. So you could play around with them, plug different things in, run some different scans, and run the histories on those scans to see what it's returning you. All right, I'm guessing the yes is you've got a fairly savvy trading knowledge. That's what I gather, anyways. All good suggestions. Thanks. No, of course. And I don't mind piling through these real quick. Trying to think of something. As I always say, it's best for. If we can point to our users to what they want that's going to help them make money, then they stay users. If we can't help our users make money, they don't stay users. So I want to make sure See what we can find here. If there's anything else. And that's all going to be SMAs, and that's going to move into a lot of fundamentals in here. Yeah. Yeah, no, those are the ones that I'd point you to the most. Drop that out of the way. Let's drop that out of the way. Alrighty then. So, I just realized too, I'm trying to figure out what, I just realized that tomorrow's election day, and that's probably a big reason for so much lackluster in the markets. We got to know who's calling the shots next, or whatever they do. Yeah, look at that SPY volume. I mean, anemic. So, right, that makes sense. Like I completely forgot about that, and it got my my thing set to go make my voice heard tomorrow. So, all right. So yeah, a number of things to look at. We've got nonstop Fed speakers. You've got elections tomorrow, and I guess I don't know when's the next CPI print come out. All right, the 10th of November is the next CPI print. So, all right, maybe this will line up nicely and give us a direction for the end of the year. I mean, I would love for us to rally to the end of the year. This is the first prolonged bear market I've ever traded. And while I've held up okay in it, I mean, I certainly think I could have done better. I've made a lot of errors, but that's life. I'm exhausted. I mean, I started getting exhausted from this market sometime in mid-August. I'm tired. I'd love a little bull run, even if it's only, just a bull run like this that falls apart afterwards. I would just like some easier trading. I mean, it's never easy, but you know what I mean. Would be nice. Silver was up kind of bigly for a while, wasn't it today? Silver junior miners, and you can see that there. They gapped up, gave it up, reversed up again. Not seeing bigger ones. Here's all right, there we go. There's silver miners. So same kind of idea, a little nicer looking than nicer looking than juniors. And then silver itself, where is silver itself? Not seeing it on my list. So silver is sold off on the day. Silver itself, kind of interesting. I mean, it's down 0.1% from the open and 0.31% from the prior day's close. I don't know, is it getting ready to do something here? It's bumping into that 1, 2, 3 times. There's a triple top. I've been told many times that triple tops don't exist. I tend to just believe what my eyes tell me. When the price fails here, it's a triple top as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I know it's not a top, but all the same. It's stuck in a box, silver. Let me out. It was funny on the Twitter box this weekend. I saw a number of accounts on there. I mean, I don't know who any of these people are. They're just things that came across my feed. How silver's going to the moon, and it can't be held down anymore. And then a few people asked them, well, what's your thesis and reasoning behind it? And generally the response was, you wouldn't understand. So it sounds like someone had a big bag they're holding in silver, I guess. I don't know. I also heard that the entire market's going to collapse this weekend. I also heard the entire market's going to rip this weekend. So, anyways, I just kind of follow trend for now. And again, anybody with questions, fire those away from me. I don't, got a whole lot here to entertain you folks with at the moment. It's a very lackluster day. There's a few okay things from the races today. I mean, real nice move here. Kind of really peeved at myself for not taking a harder look at this. I looked at this after that 6 break, and I don't know why. I just discounted it, and I feel like a fool for that. So, yeah, Thursday is the CPI, the 10th, right? Thursday's the 10th? Sorry, I thought I said that. I probably didn't. I said it in my head. I didn't say it out loud. Yeah, Thursday CPI. So I guess Thursday will be huge because, any elections that are close, probably, the rest of the results will be in by Thursday, hopefully anyways. Market doesn't care for uncertainty. And quite personally, I couldn't possibly care about politics less. I just like to get by it all so that we can get back to a little more price discovery, if that even exists anymore. So, Thursday will be a huge, huge, huge day. We'll see because, look, last CPI print equaled this. Huge bear trap down here. Huge bear trap. Did that, anybody that shorted here, they're not feeling too good right now. Now, trend is still on their side, obviously. But, I wouldn't be thrilled sitting there like that. So, anyways, hopefully we get some direction to wrap up the year. For those that are curious about Santa Claus Rally, I think the Santa Claus Rally is like a couple days leading into Christmas, a couple days leading out of Christmas. It's not the whole month of November or the whole month of December, contrary to popular beliefs. Not at all. Okay, P10 stabbed in the back by the stock. So this is one of the stocks I took a heavy position in here on Friday, and I felt good about it. I had this nice move and then had that nice move. And when it started to pull back on this candle here, I got out and said, all right, well, I'm just not going to play this game. And here it is trying to crack 19. So, but the reverse side of that is SWN. I had a position in this actually for several days. I don't know. I took one a day or two after earnings. I took it, here. Took it on this day early. And so I was not feeling overly great about it. And today when it started doing this up here, I got out on this candle here towards the top of that candle. And it hasn't done anything since I got out. I'm still up above that price. So hindsight's 2020, this kept moving. That didn't keep moving. I'm just not going to play those games. Kind of, Andrew. So what we have is what we call our compare count windows. So let me bring these over here. It's not going to tell you the number of stocks up versus the number of stocks down, but it gives you a percentage and some moving averages here. So first, actually, let me do this first. I'm going to drop in the user's guide section on compare counts. Let me just find that user's guide open and compare count, copy link address, drop that in here. So there's that. Now, what these are is they're going to take they're essentially an alert window at their core. And what I have these set up to do is take new highs versus new lows. They are segregated by market cap, each one of these. All right. The green line will mean alerts per second for new highs. and alerts per second for new lows. So right now we can see that in the larger caps, we've got new lows had just made a really big move up as compared relative to the new highs, essentially. This has been running since the open. So the bias is to the sell side on the day here so far for all market cap sizes right now. And to open up at the core, what I've done here, and it's actually not me, it was Jamie Hodge that created these. If you're in and around these sessions over the week, I believe Jamie will be here at noon on Wednesday. I do Mondays, Michael Noss does Tuesday, Jamie Wednesday, Steve Gomez Thursday, and Andy Lindwolf on Fridays. I mean, sometimes we swap things around. Anyways, at the core of what I'm trying to tell you here, you come to right click and come to a configure, and you're going to see the configure for green data and a configure for red data. So on the green data configure, if I come into it, and I come to, well, let's come to the alert that's in here first and hide the unused stuff. You can see I'm using a new high on the day. So it's just what's going on during the day. There's no pre-market, post-market involved in this, all right? And then some window filters in here. So EPS filters in here to weed out stocks that, or excuse me, weed out ETFs. So we're only looking at stocks. We have a distance from inside market to filter out anything with bad prints making new highs. Then this market cap max means that we're not looking at anything over 2 billion in market cap. And then this is a 1 minute volume on a percent basis. So it takes average 1 minute volume over 10 days and breaks it down to percent where 100 is normal, 200 is 2 times normal, 300 3 times normal, so on and so forth, just to make sure we're looking at active stocks that are doing this. This is what I've done with it anyways, or what I should say Jamie has done with it. And I've continued to enjoy this window over the many years now. And that's it. And then if I come back to the configure, if I look at the red data, it's actually the same thing going on here, only new lows is the alert here, but the same specific filters in here. And then all these other ones are going to look exactly the same with the exception of how the market cap is done. So again, this one's going to look at stocks between 2 billion and 4 billion. And you can see stocks that are making the alerts coming across the bottom here. So you can get an idea of what was the last set of alerts to meet the filters that are in here like this as well. So, and then, I can share these out with you, of course. Let me share it to you as a docked window. I think I have them all together as a docked window. Make sure that this is the right one. Nope, that's not what I want. Load from cloud. I bet this must be it. Yeah. All right. I'll share this with you, and you're welcome to edit it any which way that you like. But between the education link that I dropped for you from the user's guide and this, sorry, it's just my mouse is, as usual, having fun with me. I'm jumping across my screen share. Are you familiar how to load things from the cloud? You can always pop them out of the, you can pop them out as well. Let me know if you're familiar how to use the cloud. If not, okay, you're familiar. All right, perfecto. Excellent, excellent. Right on. So, you could also tell this, only look at, you could use a symbols list in this, for example, too. If you right click and you were to come to configure, you can come to a symbols list. And if you had like just specific stocks, if you had specific stocks or a list that you created, or you want to use one of our custom lists here already made, you can tell it also, instead of looking at the whole market, obviously minus the alerts and filters, you could tell only look at, what I want you to look at. And that's it. So like the Russell 2000 or something like that, or SPY's top 20 weighted, or, whatever you wanted. Let me move those back out of the way. And then, these start obviously, go in real time based on, if they work in a certain market period or not. If you were to close the software and then open it again, it would reset those windows. They wouldn't have cumulative data from the whole day. They'll just start like they were fresh. And so same thing, like if I took one of these right now, if I bring it here, if I take this one and I just go right click and duplicate it, you're going to see it's going to start fresh right now. And look, now, it's going to show the data and the way it is. And as stocks, meet the criteria and bump it one way or the other, we'll see it update live much quicker than what's going to go on here now, because you've got so much cumulative data to push through essentially. But we can still see on these small caps, it's the bias is to the downside right now. So it's also a way to, maybe if you want a more, let's call it a fresher view of what's happening, and you don't want this morning to weigh as any effect on this ratio here. So look how fast now it's moving back the other way that the bias is showing us to the upside, and so on and so forth. So, all right, we've got energy trying to make a move again here. Natural gas. Just take your time, charts. It's not like I'm on a rush or anything. Natural gas looking like that. Kind of flattened out. This bottoming shadow here. XOP moving up. Trying to challenge that high of the day. XLE, I'm going to guess, looks more or less the same. Right in the ballpark. And the IYE is going to probably look exactly the same as the XLE. Yeah, almost right there to the T. DWAC is expecting a Republican win. Okay, interesting. When you got stuff that's hinged on politics, I'd like to steer clear of it. Then again, I took a bunch of energy positions. I didn't even think about the politics part of energy positions when I took them in that regard. I've since closed most of it out anyways. So wonder if this one's going to haunt me, because I really like this chart. Really like this chart. It's just hard to hold things when one person can open their mouth and affect my entire portfolio. So buttons. There you are, folks. All right. Any other questions? Keep them firing away. So far, a nice session. Hopefully, some people are getting some stuff out of this here. What else happened on the race today? There was something else that looked good, and I really blew it. SLNA. That's got to be it, right? Yeah. I was watching this here. These topping and bottoming shadows are what held me back, and just a big, beautiful explosion on that candle right there. A lot of time to get out as well. The other thing that kind of held me out is these ranges here, almost $5 here, then almost back down to $4 here. I've just, I've been trading a lot of stuff like this over the entire year, and it's really not something that I traded. I was never good at trading this stuff in general. I've had an okay year trading it, especially since I've had to migrate back to more day trading versus swing trading. But this is what's exhausting to me. This stuff is exhausting, trading, these big shadows moving back and forth, and, big swings. I'm up 3%, I'm down 3%, and 30 seconds have gone by. It's, I don't like trading this stuff, to be honest. I'd rather stick right to some nice trend following swing trading, but it's not the market that that is not the market we've been blessed with so far. So has DWAC done anything since we first brought it up? Oh yeah, wow, big move right here. So yeah, as I said before, day trading vehicle, no question about that. Great day trading vehicle. Spread's not bad on it either. You got in between, I'll say, I was going to say a 4 and 8 cent spread, about 5 cents really, 5, 6 cents. You tighten up to 2 cents right here, 1 and 2 cents. So it's not like you got like a 10, 15, 20, 30 cent spread happening in this. So I'm not going after it. I'm not trading it. My brain just doesn't have it in me today to do this. But without a question, a lot of action there. Over 10 mil shares traded now. And I think the relative volume when we first looked at it was around 16. So we've had a big increase in relative volume in the last 30 minutes or so. It's a pretty hefty move. It's Trump's social media platform. Oh, okay, cool. With Twitter, I have all the social media I can handle, more than I even care for, to be honest, at this point. SRTS, this has been on a few races. I decided to lay off of it. Had whatever happened here on Friday, gap down and a go. And yeah, just something I want to be a part of. I guess this, well, there was a post-market. Yeah, so I guess this gap down was off its post-market earnings on Thursday. So yeah, I'm gonna pass on that. Some other stuff that's interesting, or was interesting to me. Blue had a huge move. I was handing it all back now. But again, this is why, like, I'm tired. You know, I'm looking at this and I'm following and I'm thinking, all right, I mean, look at all this resistance here. But it blasted right through that resistance at 650, you know, and touched it. Get 7? Didn't quite get 7, but still a nice move off of that. Plus a nice move off of this bottom here, right? So it was just, you know, where's the risk reward that I like on this? I guess, you know, early on I could have, you know, 6 stop or stop down here at the low from Thursday and wrote it up. I wasn't a believer in it getting above. You know, I thought it would struggle at this level and I thought it would struggle at this level. So that's why I really shied away from it. Hindsight 2020 and all that. I was obviously wrong. There's some other stuff. So, you know, looking at silver again, there's a number of silver stocks that came through, or silver related stocks. And, you know, this little gap up and a move and a fade. And sitting right up here. Again, you know, this kind of reminds me what happened with blue. Like, is it going to get through? Like, if it gets through this, I don't know if it's today or tomorrow or the next day, 7's not out of the, you know, 7's not out of the realm of possibilities here, right? And it's up, you know, solid 60 cents today so far, 11%. So obviously it can move. Reset that price alert. I feel like there's something else silver related. Yeah, AG, but this one hasn't held up as well as this has. I guess I could put, you know, people always talk about pullback alerts. Well, you know, I got to look at it earlier in the day. I was bumping my price alert actually up all through the morning, or I should say the first 15 plus minutes. And again, you know, looking left, we struggle here. But if we can get up above this level, again, 10 is not out of the realm of possibility, right? And we've seen this thing make some moves here. So, you know, you're a believer in silver for whatever reason. Showing some life, trying to get off the mat in general, silver is. And also PAAS. I think this got shellacked on Friday, yeah. So big sell-off on Friday. That reversed, as a matter of fact. Actually, huge reversal on Friday off of that. And so here it is again today. This chart does not look as good as the rest. This looks like in a much worse downtrend. The other one's kind of stopped going down. This one just made a new low on Friday, although, big reversal off of it. Doesn't leave me filled with confidence. And other high flyers are reversed today. I was watching this. This won some races early on, or was at least on some races early on. Caught my attention. It's, chart looks, pretty solid, pretty strong through here, but just couldn't, made this high, 13 high on the day, and just rejected off that 13 level essentially. It's got okay volume and liquidity. Nothing to write home to mom about, but nothing to ignore either. I could always put a price alert and see if it can't break above this level again for another run at 13. CERT was a big gap up in high flyer. But again, day trading vehicles. This thing is obviously in a very long downtrend here. You get that gap up and, I don't know. So far it's held that gap. Throw a pullback alert on there. See what happens. It gets above 75. And again, any with questions, fire those away for me, I never intend these to be me talking nonstop and hopefully not boring to anybody to death. What else? SIGA. This was, I think, a monkeypox stock. Had a pretty decent move on Friday. I'm having trouble getting above today's high of the day. Looking left, that looks to be, a ceiling on it for quite a while now here. 800,000 shares traded on the day, 1.25 in the relative volume. So, it's going to go, pretty handily over 1 million shares on the day. So it's not like it's an illiquid stock. TDS was a high flyer, gave it up. Oh, we talked about this already. Sorry. Yeah, just not interested. Something that looks like this. Maybe tomorrow or the next day. But I'm not going to play around on something that's got that much weakness behind it and getting, already starting to fade again on the day. What do I think do well if Republicans win? I don't know. If the Republicans win, they're just going to be fighting with the White House. That's accurate, right? Maybe. I don't know. I just feel like the White House has such a control over everything right now that, I'm really, the strongest sector over the last 16 months is energy by far. Even 24 months is energy by far. It's not even close. So maybe energy, traditional energy gets a boost if Republicans win. Maybe. I don't know. I'm speculating here. I really don't have an idea. You look at any other sector though, and it's trash. Every sector is just getting pounded into the sand right now. Let's look at, I think TAN is getting rocked again today. Someone, a week ago or so was talking about TAN and solars. And I said, all right, maybe, the charts don't confirm the story though. We've got this gap up. We have held that 70 gap up. If the Democrats win, they like solar energy, right? I think the Republicans, for whatever reason, don't like solar energy. I couldn't care less. If we can make great solar energy, let's do it. If we can't, then let's get better technology that can, right? Why not? Sun's there, might as well utilize it. But with that said, bear market, number one is bear market, and then number two is if nothing can get done between, the two parties, essentially. I think that's kind of their MO at this point. Yeah, they could try to open the spigot, but, I think the White House has the ability to basically block everything. Maybe not. I don't know. I try to really steer away from anything politically related other than, what's actually being said or done. So the only thing that I could point to if Republicans win is energy. And it's still total speculation. I mean, I can't think of one other sector that matters as far as that goes. I think it's just the overall market wants this uncertainty to be over. I mean, I think both both sides of the aisle have a lot invested in chips and chip makers or something. That bill that passed, I don't know if it was a bipartisan bill or if it was, the Democrats were able to just push it through or not. But I would suspect that once uncertainty's over, perhaps maybe we get some more resolution in the chip making stocks. So SOXX, SMH. So I'm just thinking about, what might benefit from just the election being over, not necessarily who wins. These pretty beaten up here, to say the least. So perhaps that could put a floor in on this and stop that bleeding with uncertainty being over. That seems reasonable, I guess. I guess I'd have to look more into that bill, but that would require me to wade into a filthy swamp. I don't want to. I'll let the charts confirm, Again, I'm the mindset of, if this was a move that I was trying to capture and I got this part of the move right here, I'd be happy with that. I know I'm never selling that and covering here, or on the flip side, for the long hat, because I'm really more of a long trader, the odds of me buying that and selling that are 0%. But what if I got, out of that whole move, I got that part of it, and I missed from here to here and I missed from there to there. I could live with myself with that, so, watching things, make a move and form a base and get into them, semis could do that, make a base and then start to move up again. We all know semiconductors aren't going anywhere. We need them for cars. We need them for computers. We need them for phones. We need them for watches. We need them for whatever else I'm missing electronically related. I don't know. I guess airplanes, that sounding ignorant. So I would say that possibly just semiconductors in general might do better because there's going to be less uncertainty behind all that. How is this room different? So Barry doesn't give up the stream in the other room. He takes I think he still takes only like half an hour break, if I'm not mistaken, from noon Eastern to noon 30. And then he comes back and then he's gone from here for an hour from noon to 1. And then he comes back and takes this back as well. So, and then on the other side, you're going to have, those different tabs with different conversations going on in them. There's a lot more traders in general in the other room that are a lot more active, I think those are the big takeaways and differences between here and over there. I think some people use this side of the stream because they are not allowed to, for various reasons, access the room, whether they're at work or, something to that effect. I don't have a personal reason for each person, but that's kind of what I would point towards. And then, of course, we broadcast or stream on this side in hopes that people that are trying to look up stock trading and markets and things like that stumble across us and find value in what we're doing here in the software and take a subscription. And as always, we hope every subscriber is making money. Because people that take subscriptions and don't eventually start making money, they won't be subscribers for long. Unfortunately, that's just, just the way of the world. Yeah, you got it, Watch Dealer. Of course. So, all right, market continues to kind of be the way it is. I guess this is the way it'll be the rest of the day. And going into tomorrow and Wednesday. So I guess I'll be sitting on my hands more or less because I'm just not feeling anything right now. Band. Did I trade this the other day, or did I just see it and I didn't trade it? I can't remember now. Band on the run. So what are you, computer programming? You actually something, you're just word salad? Voice over internet protocol messaging, film, blah, 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 blah. I mean, first thing we talk about, in order for stocks to go up, they got to first stop going down. Stop going down here in October sometime, drifted up a little bit, and now it looks good off of earnings. Looks like $20 is going to be a challenge for it through here. Not a big float by any stretch of anyone's imagination. Interesting. Not going to put it on my like list, but interesting all the same. Where did I see Band coming from? Oh, it's on the race. Okay. So I get, here's DWAC coming through. So wow, this thing really, it's made some serious moves since we've been in here. So like I said, great day trading vehicle. You're hinged on, you're hinged on politicians again with this, I guess. Is what did you say? It was Trump's social media platform. So, whatever this is, you're hinged on politicians. Again, I don't want to, long-term wise, I try not to tie my hitch to politicians the best I can. There's no way to completely avoid it, obviously. But when it's that closely tied to any politicians, day trading vehicle, absolutely. Long-term trading or investment, going to be a pass for me. Now, this was a disaster the other day. FNKO, no, right? I guess their earnings must have been really, really bad. However it was interpreted, or the reaction was obviously really bad, regardless of what the actual earnings were. So that's always fun. Below $10, $10 will be tricky for it now. I mean, $10 is a huge mental barrier always. You give it up like this, $10 could be hard for the stock to reclaim again. But, it could. They're like toys and stuff, right? Yeah, doll toys, game manufacturing. I don't really know what they do. Pop culture products. Media and entertainment content, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah. Disaster du jour on Friday. IGT. It's a tech platform, right? Great Britain, England, whatever. UK. I've seen this go on some runs. A lot of lackluster stuff. CANO, this one really gave it up the other day. That was even more than the other day. Whoosh. It just kind of continues to bleed here. All-time lows. One issue with semiconductors is oversupply, not many phones getting purchased. Right, yeah. Yeah, I think I saw something about Apple was saying something was slowing down, right? iPhone production was slowing down or something like that. So I think the world's still trying to find its way out of what's happened over the last couple of years a little bit. I do not watch any news, period. scroll through Twitter, and obviously I'm going to see things newsworthy, quote unquote newsworthy there. It doesn't mean I believe any of it. I'm skeptical of everything, literally everything. The only thing I'm not skeptical of is charts. So there's the warrants for DWAC coming through. Those are looking pretty big. For those of you who like to play warrants. There's not a whole lot else to point at for me right now, though. Anything that was a flyer earlier in the day is really giving it up. Where's VERU? This was one that never gave a shot at an entry here, to be honest. Not for me anyways. I just wasn't going to chase that like that. And by the time these moving averages have now caught up, the price is collapsing, actually. It looks more like it's collapsing and not pulling back. And volume has absolutely collapsed on it. But doesn't mean it's not in play. 33 times normal volume. I mean, come on. That's pretty wild. What is it? 44 million shares traded. ANNX. Let's take a look. ANNX. That's odd. Must have halted. There must be halts on this thing, right? Because if it's traded over 1 million shares, but it's skipping around like that, even on a 5-minute chart, that's wild looking. It doesn't really have much of a spread. This is strange. Odd. Let's see. Let's scroll back. Are there any huge share lots that went through? 1,000. No, I know it's not halted. I'm wondering if it got halted in here, though. Like to gap from 488 to 494. I mean, it's not, you don't typically see that. That's not normal. Let's look at his, takes a break from trading and huge spurts of shares come through, I guess, to be over 1 million like that. Strange as the ways. What's it up? Almost 12%. Yeah, I mean, it's weird a liquid, though, because, I mean, if it's traded that many shares, that's okay liquidity, to be honest. But it looks like it was all done right here, essentially. And that's it. That's a wrap. I mean, it's, the prices continue to drift up afterwards, but all the same, not exactly what I would call tradable. Wasn't halted at all today. Interesting. All right. Yeah, no, I know it's not halted because I can see here both time and sales in Thinkorswim or time and sales in IB. It doesn't have a halt here. It'd be all red up here, red somewhere. I forget where. Mr. Barry.
The voice from above.
Whispering sweet stock nothings into my earphones.
Duh, SYNH. I know you probably haven't given this thing a shot yet, that indicator that I'm trying out, but
I forgot. You know, I have. I'm actually on the developmental version, so I can now. But my attention was drawn to many support files again today, and I
oh,
just
okay.
completely
Really?
forgot.
Really? Imagine
Well,
that.
everybody's
Mm-hmm.
got the magic system that's going to make them a gajillionaire.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Indicators.
SYNH, really interesting. That was the histogram. The bars were increasing, and even though it looked extended, and you know why I would take this trade, because of the void. Had a
Yep.
horrible day on Friday, of course, off earnings, but it's got that $33 is the next high looking left, and
Yeah.
it's just had a recovery all day. And that histogram was telling me take the darn trade and see what
All right.
happens. So
That histogram is which one again?
it's called T
TI pattern rec, right?
pattern recognition. And I
And
only have it on a 15.
do you
I
leave the
just have it on,
periods as 24 on it?
yes. Yeah, I'm just leaving it as a default. I have no idea what would happen if I change that, the period. And I only have it on the one time frame, the 15 minute. I'm only looking on the 15. You get a different look if you put it on, like, probably on a 2 or a 5.
Okay, because I thought
But
you were mentioning something about a 2 minute. Why can't I get this? Where's the thing
and I
for the
put it in
volume?
another pane.
Okay. Yeah, I've got it down underneath too. There
But
we
just
go. I
keep
was
an
trying
eye
to
on
shoot
it.
the
I
volume.
mean,
Hmm.
if the bars are big, it just means that it's one of those where he takes all sorts of bullish candlestick patterns. I don't know what they are, but the hanging man and all those differently named
Right.
bullish versus all those differently named bearish, and he creates a ratio. And so if it's a bar that's moving higher, the theory being the bullish candlesticks
Right.
are greater than the bullish, are bearish, and vice versa. If you see the bar starting to shrink, that means that the bears are taking over. So how I'm trying to use it more, though, is keeping in a trade.
Yeah.
So if unless I see some dramatic difference, because a lot of times, I'll get jumpy. Say I'm in a short,
Mm-hmm.
and I think, man, should I be taking some profit? Should I be taking some profit? And I'll watch, and if I see those candles still pretty low and there's no pop, I'll say, you know what, stick in the trade for longer than you normally would, and see what happens. So, I'm looking at it more for, once I'm in a trade, but certainly even, trying to find a trade, especially if you see some, say you see some big on the histogram, big bars, and the stock hasn't moved.
So just
So
look at that 15 minute on SYNH. Look
NH.
at that area right there just before noon on Friday. And that was
Mm-hmm.
the bottom. It's reversed and it's really held and moved up since then. Just looking at that
Exactly.
right there.
So that's it, Chris. It's the magic indicator. Nothing else is needed.
Thank God, we finally have it now. I'll put in my retirement forms next week.
All right. Okay, my friend, I'll take over if you want.
Sounds good. I'll see you at 3:30, Barry. Take
Okay,
care.
bye.
Adios.
All right, guys, I'm back in YouTube, and I'm back in the main room. Get rid of that. We were just talking about SYNH. The bars we're starting to increase here. So even though it looked extended, okay, just checking to see. Now I've done some reboots, guys. My computer, the fan goes crazy every now and then, and I keep thinking, I'm trying to tinker around, see if I restart Trade Ideas, if that'll make any difference. It doesn't really. It's Trade Ideas. I mean, it's just for whatever reason in the last month or so, it seems to put a real load when I shut it down. My computer is back to a whisper. So I'm just tinkering, docs, no docs, things like that. Doesn't seem to make that much of a difference. So anyway, that's why, if you're wondering why I was getting rid of my layout, adding another layout, So then you don't have it yet, Andrew, okay? And when I say yet, I mean, it, I think it might be added, but you don't have it yet. But the name of it, as we've named it, but I think it'll be changed. It's called Trade Ideas Pattern Recognition. But you don't have it, so don't look for it. You know, if you right click on your chart and then you click on indicators, you will see the indicators that you have available, okay? And you don't have this one called TI Pattern Rec. Oh man, what a short that would have been if somebody had shorts for HUDI. What does that mean, Simon? I did. What does that mean? Oh, you're talking to somebody else? Okay. So ASCII could be interesting. I mean, it's over 3 now. What did it pop up to? 341. Came right back down, trying to hold the the 8 EMA. Where's the VWAP? It's below the VWAP is at 306, so it's holding the VWAP. You can kind of see, so it's holding the 8 EMA, the 20 SMA. It's on top of the VWAP or right at the VWAP. So you can see, I mean, if it can take out 312, 313, the highs of these candles right there, it may go on another run. And of course, it's a low float situation, $3 million in the float. It's not trading that much. I mean, it is trading 12 times normal, but it's not trading that much volume. So that's the only issue. But look at that histogram going crazy. What was the high today? 337. Who was your broker, Simon, that you had shorts for Hootie? Just out of curiosity, because most don't have shorts for Hootie. No, I'm sorry. I don't think well, I mean, unless you caught it right at an amazing. I never saw shorts for Hootie on Friday. Never. Yeah, I'm sure Centerpoint may have, but I never saw shorts for HUDI at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not trying to call you out, but I mean, you held something like that over the weekend. I mean, I mean, that could have been, I mean, yeah, if you had shorts, but I never saw shorts for HUDI at Interactive Brokers, never. Unless you've got some special deal with IP. Now, I'll give you this, that, you know, it's not that it wasn't shortable. I just said that, you know, it'll cost you a whole bunch if they can locate, but I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to debate the point. How's the trade of the week doing now? MGY, is it still strong? Energy is still strong. Yeah. There you go, guys. So there's almost $1 on that trade of the week. MGY, the trigger was 26.50. We're at 27.42. XLE, I'm sure, is when we look at the change from the open. Yeah, XLE, I mean, it's not moving higher, but it's certainly not moving down. So you're in the right sector. Always nice to be in the right sector when you take a trade. So that's the thing that, if you looked at MGY, if you got the email, I mean, there was a trigger, 26.50, but the first thing you do is check the sector. What's the sector doing? Because there's no news for it specifically. Thoughts on Tupperware after that insider bought some? Let's take a look. I mean, well, I think I have an alert set here, 517. I mean, obviously, if it takes out 517 later, I mean, the next high is way up here, 8. So, I mean, it's certainly got room. Can it take out 5 and hold it? That's all about some insider buying $100,000 worth of stock, I think at 423. Now, will that be enough to sustain it? I mean, it certainly worked today. I mean, I think that news hit right around here, right around $4. I didn't think it was that much, but let me do I thought it was $100,000, but maybe I'm wrong. Transaction was $100,000. I think 24,000 shares at 423. Are we talking about the same one, Torps? You're not talking Tupperware then, are you, Torps? TUP. Oh, you're talking probably Hootie. Okay, gotcha. Just reading now. Wow, look at SYNH, guys. Now, this little histogram might give me a clue. If all of a sudden, this one of these bars starts to move higher and takes all this out, that might be a bit of a clue to take the top. So that is news today also. Okay. It's funny, I don't see that. It's funny, I only see this one for Tupperware. So guys, today is the first, yeah, it's the first Monday of the month. So I am in what's called the monthly development meeting at 2 o'clock, just to kind of hear what is happening. It's funny that IB doesn't have that. Because that is obviously significant. Better switch to Schwab. Well, I'm serious, guys. If I see this histogram, if I see a bar all of a sudden shoot up and it takes out this high right there of 517 somehow, I'll probably take that trade. I mean, it's got so much room. That's not financial advice at all, but that's kind of what I'm looking at. Now, now this is interesting. Here's the ARQQ, okay? Having a great 3 days. I sort of remember seeing this the last two. Look at this day it's having today. I don't see any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Float is low, but look what's happening here. So this could be telling me this is getting maybe a little bit ripe for a short. This is on that histogram. Here are all these big giant bars, which was moving it higher, but now look at the bars, they're starting to get lower and lower. So that means the theory, meaning that the bearish candles higher ratio than the bullish candles. Patterns, okay? Wow, look at SYNH. I mean, what's happening here? Just starting to get bigger and bigger and bigger. What was I looking at? ARQQ. So let's take a look at ARQQ again. This is, you know what? Somebody just took the shorts from me. I could have sworn there were shorts available immediately at Interactive Brokers. I could have sworn that. I mean, it might be a good thing, but yeah, maybe it's a good thing. But understand that I would never take the short unless I saw a red candle. Now torps. So, here's another one. So the bar, yes, is getting a little bit bigger for SCOR, SCOR, but look left. I would never take the trade. I mean, I would look left and I'd say, well, no, too much resistance. It may pop right through, but it just prevents me from taking the trade. So, this histogram is kind of cool, but as always, it's not, you just, in my opinion anyway, there's no indicator that is going to absolutely tell you what to get in and trade. It helps, but then you've got to take a look at the charts to make sure that there's nothing blocking it. Obviously with the SYNH, Look at the chart. Nothing's blocking it. Nothing. I mean, there's the high of Friday, 33. Okay, guys. So here's one. Look at para, P-A-R-A, over the whole number. Next high looking left. It's 1654. It may be far enough away. And look at the bar, how that on the histogram, how that bar is increasing. And by the way, this is not volume dependent at all. Now right there you see a nice volume bar in the candle, the 15-minute, but it's not volume dependent. It's just looking at patterns. I don't know, Casa. I think, sorry, not Casa, but Dean. I don't know. I think Michael wants to maybe make it a little more pretty or something. Be up to him. It's, you could literally, and listen, 3 days of using this, 2.5 days of looking at that. I thought I'd like to give this a whole week just to kind of get a real feel for it. Yeah, so Andro trading, I mean, now tracking momentum, I mean, the obviously volume momentum is a way. I mean, if you're once you're in the trade, but now it's up to you. I mean, where are the resistance areas on a chart? That's why I don't know how new to trading you are. Because the question is, what's a good way to track momentum strength? Well, I mean, if obviously the volume is still high, but that's, the volume is still high. You don't want to see a big volume drop off, obviously. Shouldn't say obviously, but obviously. You want to see good, volume is consistently high. You also want to take a look left. If you're in a trade and it's, a high of the day now, want to look left. Where's the next high looking left on a daily chart? Where could it stall? But that's more chart reading experience and price and volume experience, okay? It's not like the program, I mean, if you're in the trade and, depending on how you took the trade, why you took the trade, but I'd just be watching the volume, see how well is the volume holding up? All of a sudden, if the volume on anything that you're in starts to dry up and starts to dwindle, I mean, it means the momentum obviously should be slowing down, right? Well, SYNH was on many different, I'm sure it was here. I'm sure it was here. I mean, I can't, well, I mean, it was right here. People were talking about it in the other room though, Thomas, okay? Somebody asked what's the big difference between the YouTube room and the, what I call the main room. There's just more action. I mean, there are more traders in the main room that have sort of an interchange or an exchanging of ideas, okay? And SYNH was being talked about all day. So it was here for sure in the large cap gainers. Not 100% sure it was here in the more volatile one. But I mean, it's just been awesome. I mean, look at this. But I mean, this is up, trying to think of, at any rate, the main reason I knew about it, it was talked about early, okay, on this break, but it was certainly showing up here. So I knew all about it in this large cap gainers from the open. And again, it's one of the ones I'm sharing. There it is right here. You can see it's right there. You know, on this, the histogram, if you look at the histogram, it's holding steady. I know it's a little unfair, guys, because you don't have this, but you know, what I don't want is for people to just think it's the magic indicator, okay? That okay, if they big bar, just pile into the trade, a shrinking bar, get out or short. Okay, it's not. I wish it were that simple. Because it is conjunction with other things. How much room does it have to go? What is the market doing? You know, what is the market doing? Now, a lot of these don't necessarily mean SYNH, but you can tell SYNH is trading on its own, completely on its own. Look at the market, flattened it right out, and SYNH, it's a bottom fishing play. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. I don't think they've got any other news. I mean, the reason why it was devastated on Friday, it's still there as an earnings play. It's not like all of a sudden they're coming out and saying, oh, guess what? You know, earnings are actually what we released on Friday is not correct. I mean, they're not saying that. The big bar, what it means, it's the ratio. So the higher the bar, so if you took all of the bullish candlestick patterns, you know, uh, and I don't know the names of them, all right, but you know, there's hanging man and all these things, shooting star. I mean, I don't know the names of them all, but all those candlestick patterns that are considered bullish versus the candlestick patterns, probably just the flip of them, that are considered bearish, and divide. Okay, so it's a ratio. Basically, it's a ratio. So a big bar means that the ratio from bullish to bearish is high. And the reverse is true as if the bar starts to dwindle. What is her ratio? Ha ha. Thomas, I'll actually give you the link. Okay, it might be easier. This is the link to the main room. IJ can stay in YouTube forever. So I think hopefully I've explained it, blue collar. Okay, it's just the ratio of bullish to bearish candles. That's basically what it is. But you know what? On Tuesday, tomorrow, you guys can ask Michael, who is the one who developed it. He'll be in the YouTube. So no excuse. I'm not just talking to you, blue collar, but those of you who are interested, and between 12 and 1 tomorrow, Michael will be in the YouTube room. Okay, when I take my break, you can ask him a lot more. I didn't develop this. Yeah, I can't help you, ATS. You're the one who's been talking to Mike, to Chris, right? Okay. I mean, I don't want to, what I was saying is that I had heard or seen, or I thought I read months ago that if you don't take the stop out, but there's nothing I can help you with. Okay. I'm not saying that is the case now. I'm just saying I sort of, because I don't auto trade. I don't auto trade at all. So I have no experience with doing that. But I thought I'd read a long time ago that if you didn't take your stop out when you got out of a trade, that it would still be there somehow. Now, I may be completely wrong, okay? But you were asking me why could something like that happen? And I was just kind of throwing out something that I thought I had read about, but I am not an expert in it at all. Okay. And you've been talking to Chris, I know, and I'm glad that you're not using real money yet. I don't know if he's got anything written down on it, blue collar. First of all, he's probably not going to divulge anything if we think this is the magic indicator. Okay. All I can just tell you in general terms. Yeah. So I don't auto trade. And so that's why I really can't help you. And I'll never auto trade. So again, look at this histogram for the SYNH. I mean, I'd be at the point now, I'd be thinking, "Oh, I better take some off." And I still might, but right now, this is steady. So this is kind of keeping me in the trade longer than I probably would normally be taking some profit out. And what if it actually increased? And here it is. Now I do have a 2 minute. Look at it increasing on the 2 minute. I mean, this is really new for me. I'm not an indicator guy. Yeah, I wish I could help you, ETS, but I just cannot. So, I mean, I did take the para. I'm still gonna, hold it. I did take the para. It hasn't moved really. I mean, I could have taken a little bit of profit, but I want to see if this increasing histogram, if it gets a little bit more, at least, and as long as it doesn't dip. It's a little bit like the SYNH. I mean, it got hammered down on earnings. This is, barely above the lifetime low. Look at Funko, guys. FNKO actually had a downgrade. Doesn't this look just like SYNH? I know they're completely different companies, but doesn't this look just like SYNH? The big gap down on earnings on Friday and the recovery today, the bounce today. So what would be very, very cool is that when the top 10 list is created from whatever race that you really want to follow, you don't have to follow these ones, you can create your own, but if you follow these ones, and then you start clicking on the alerts, and if this histogram really, is got something to it, Then you can start playing around, looking at the histogram, checking out these alerts, seeing what's happening. And then that just keeps you focused on 10 stocks and using maybe this indicator and, others, but mainly this indicator to tell you a few things. Right now, this is telling you, don't buy it. There are some big bars here, but it's just, I wouldn't be buying this one, and NOVN as an example. And look at this. I mean, look at this, guys. So again, this histogram right there, let me bring it up in a big way so you guys know what I'm talking about. Again, there's no magic one, but so you see how this histogram right there was steady? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an hour and 15 minutes straight. No dips at all, keeping you in the trade, in the trade, in the trade, in the trade. And now you've even got this one, which is a little bit above all these, keeps you in the trade, in the trade. Now, at some point, and it's not going to keep going higher, and this just dipped. I actually thought this was static. I thought it was established on the first, but it is not. It does actually move up and down. Yeah, let's take a look at Funko. Yeah, look at Funko. So right there, it was kind of looking like this, doing nothing, and then all of a sudden, these bars started to increase. Yeah, it's pulled back a little, but this would, unless you had a really steep drop here, you could, in theory, now, look, I mean, I don't want to, you could keep in the trade a bit, not get too worried unless you see this histogram really dropping. But again, I'm not trying to say this is the magic indicator. It's an indicator. That's all it is. Well, no, it will not look the same. Here it is on a 2. If I make the change it to a 5, it will have a different look for sure. And you can use it on a 5. I like to, I'm just more of a 15-minute guy. I don't think so. I think no, it's still steady. It's still steady. Oh, Viru. Viru. I thought you said, okay, let's take a look at Viru and see what's happening with it. Oh, look, yeah, I mean, it's starting to drop. We had the highs here and it's been kind of steadily on the way down. Just another tool, but again, this is super intrigued me. I'm telling you. And if Para does the crazy, let's see what's happening with Para right now. See how it's just increasing just a little bit? Well, don't, yeah, but remember now, it's not these candles, right, Jonathan? It's got nothing to do with these candles. All this is telling me right now is that there has been no, over this period, as it increased, there's been no drastic variation in bullish versus bearish. So you can kind of keep you in the trade until you see a like a big some kind of big variation. I'd love to be able to teach this. I mean, it would be awesome if this and the market's not helping this. Market's not doing anything, so it's not like the market is helping this. Nicely done, Shady. And I'm just waiting on the para. Listen, it may not do it, but the histogram is still showing that the ratio, which was increasing, is still there. Unless I see a big drop. So it's right where I bought it. Okay, 1605. That's where I'm in. So yeah, fun is moving on the DWAC, guys. I guess, yeah, there we go. So fun is moving. There's your histogram increasing. Um, Next high looking left is 178 or so. The DWAC is now this hit 30 in the pre-market. So, remember that. Hit 30 in the pre-market and then went all the way down to 18. So, okay, so I have finally, now this is old me talking, okay, taken some off this SYNH, breaking down through that, right through the whole number. As it got close, I took some off. I know the histogram hasn't really moved yet, but I'm not going to be crazy. What's the association? Well, if you go way back, I think there's like social networks or something like that. Well, obviously this one is, but I think PHUN. I can't remember exactly. Yeah, so PHUN, a software company that was previously tied to Trump's 2020 presidential campaign. Okay, so that's kind of the link, if you will. And that went crazy, the day, well, way back when DWAC went crazy. But it hurt a lot of people too. No, if you didn't have it stop, if you just believed, okay, because this got up, what did it get up to? $175. Well, I haven't looked at any of Zach's plays today. Zach is back on Wednesday, by the way, in case you guys are wondering. He said he'd be taking off for a few days. I think he said he's back on Wednesday. So this is one from his scan THC as a bottom fisher, perhaps 39.36. It's already bounced a bit. So we got a couple of the healthcare plays, EVH and THC from his scan. See, I mean, this is to me, this is just ripe for a short based on this histogram. We were talking about this one earlier, but the shorts were all snapped up. I'm so sure there were shorts available earlier for ARQQ at Interactive Brokers, but you can just see what's happened. I mean, a big pop here, but now this is dropping, meaning the ratio of bearish candles to bullish candles has increased. Hence, a potential short. See, the warrants are going crazy here. The DWAC warrants are going crazy. Up 86%. Let's take a look at DWAC. My guess is no way at 45%. So the warrants are going crazy. If you trade warrants at all. Yeah, so what you're saying is, yeah, that bottoming tail, that was so quick, and then it popped it almost immediately. I have no idea what you mean, Jesse. Not with that attitude to William. No idea. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, but you know why he's saying that. I mean, that bottoming tail, it hit and that probably jumped almost immediately. So almost impossible to get it in at the trigger. We see that. We see that on some of those bottoming plays. Thank you, Pepe. Let's just take a look. Boy, this says SYNH is still strong. It took a little dip below, but now look, okay, now that histogram is starting to drop. So at this point, I'd be really watching it. I know I took some profit already, but I'd be really watching it now that that histogram, that bar is now less than these ones. I mean, this is the first time we've seen that. Okay, now this bar could expand again, but right now, this is kind of giving a bit of a signal. It may be over for a while anyway. Meanwhile, the DWAC warrant is going crazy. Those of you who trade warrants or can trade warrants, look at the warrant, guys. Wow. Okay, so ATS, he said, Chris is, I don't know there's anything more to, he's reported the bug. I guess he knows there was a bug. He's reported it. When it gets looked at, but it's out of his hands now. So there's really no point in talking to him right now. All he can do is give it to the developers and see what happens. Okay. And they'll have to figure out what to do. So at this point, Chris is not going to get back to you until they get back to him. Just so you know. All right, take a look at para now. Take a look at that histogram as I get set for this meeting. Yeah, so right now doesn't look good. Okay, look at this. So I'm going to give this just a little bit longer. I'm in at 1605, but look at that histogram right there. So we had the little rising, but now, and there's a big topping tail. I could have taken a little bit of profit there, but I kept in the trade. But this is kind of telling me, get out while you can. It'd be great though, just watching a few stocks in a watch list all day long and figuring out how to trade those. These ticker, is it possible to what? No, not yet. Maybe down the road. I think they want to add some tickers, but you cannot do it. Maybe down the road though, I think they want to add some other indices and all, but right now this is it. So there's no option. In other words, there's no option that you can access to add whatever you want. All right, guys. I think the meeting is going to start in a couple of minutes, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, a miracle. It was a very short meeting. Um, well, the para, it's inching its way. I did not get out of the trade because it didn't go below where I got in it. So I did not get out of the trade, even though that bar was starting to show a little bit of weakness. But now look at this bar. So this is keeping me in the trade so far, guys. And I still have some of the SNYH, SYNH. You know, I mean, the bars have dropped a little bit, but nothing, not dramatically. So I'm just keeping an eye on the para and see, you know, I mean, how far could it go? I mean, the next high looking left is 1654. So got some room. Still got a little bit of room. No secrets, Ija. Nothing, nothing that I can tell you. It was such a short meeting. Ooh, all right, guys. Again, I'm just watching the para to see how much further this can go. Now, maybe para is being helped a little bit now by the market, though, you know, it's hard to say. All right, guys, sorry about that. I am just having an internal conversation. Yeah, the SYNH, I mean, yeah, that's probably one of the more steady, hardly any red candles on that 15. One right here, but nothing extraordinary. Easy to stay in. I'm not down here. I'm in a 30 break. So, I mean, I'm, you know, in theory, way late, but understanding that I was more watching this histogram action than anything. But lots of different, there's a cross right there. Actually, it never crossed. The 20 SMA never crossed the 8 EMA, other than right at the very, very beginning of the day. Yeah, it's funny. Now watch, this is going to look really bad. I think, is it going to show up in the simulator? Come on. Just give me a moment. I'm going to show you. Because I was showing how you could take a trade. Okay, yeah. So look at that. So that's what you don't want to see, right? Okay. Remember, I was showing you how you can take a trade in the simulator, and I exited the trade, showed you how you exit and all. And I said, a couple of really cool ones to have, columns to have, the max P&L, but also the distance from the exit price. So what you'd really want to see is a big negative number. So since I got out of the trade in the simulator, it's moved higher by 63 cents. Okay. So that's why I'm saying have that max P&L and the distance from the exit price. Not a bad gauge to tell you how good are your exits, how well are you managing the exits. Okay. And again, Funko looks virtually the same as SYNH. Big red candle on Friday on earnings and a recovery. Check that histogram. Look at this. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, this is it. Now, Annex. Yeah, this was talked about in the YouTube room. All the volume came in right here on that 1030 candle. Not all of it, but well, yeah, most of it. It's hardly traded since. Looks like about 1 million shares. It's only traded 1,097,000. Meanwhile, yeah, DWAC is now starting to approach the pre-market high. You got up to 31, I believe. Right here, pre-market high, 30.57. Now you would think, never mind that pre-market high, you would think there could be a lot of resistance right around here, around 30. Look at that daily chart, right around 30. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, okay? Be back in a couple of minutes. I just got off. I'm back on Dwayne. Okay. Well, the market actually, let me back this out a little bit, make sure. Yeah, so the market is actually putting a nice little bump now. Look at the Dow, Nas, everything's up. All right, guys, that is finally it. I'm out of it all now. The SYNH, I mean, it may not be completely over, but if this 10 SMA or the 80 MA holds it, it may bounce off that, but that's it for me. That was just and look at the histogram. You see how the bars are starting to get a little bit smaller. So there is a little more bearish sentiment in terms of the candle patterns. Now, take a look at ARQQ. Okay, so this histogram was showing you that, certainly you didn't want to get long right there, but now this is a little bit of a break. And maybe this pullback is starting to be over. The VWAP is 740, so You want to make sure it holds the VWAP. But I just noticed that candle or that bar just pulled back. So well, DWAC, go Gators. I mean, if you have the pre-market, I mean, I don't know what sort of work. Question in our YouTube room: how do you find these runners, DWAC and Veru? I mean, if you do any sort of pre-market work, you would have seen them. Okay, I don't know when you start your actual work, but for instance, on my homepage, so if you click on my homepage link, number one, click on the homepage link, and then if you go to the scan section right here, pre-market actives up and down, both of those were all over in the pre-market. So you would not, I mean, at the very least, you probably, and there were many scans that was picking these up also. I mean, this scan right there, the biggest gainers from the open, DWAP was showing up here. But certainly you would have known about these if you did any sort of pre-market work, because these were in the pre-market actives up and down. Okay. And these are scans that I am sharing. Now, what you don't know, of course, just because something is moving in the pre-market, that it's going to continue to move. But you've got to understand a little bit about DWAC, and it's all about the election, perhaps, etc. Okay, so I mean, you have to know the story behind it. The first thing I did when I saw this is click. Okay, what sort of news is there? So here we go, and DWAC, of course, is his social network, I guess. Still hasn't been finalized, but so I mean, you got to know something about sometimes why a stock is moving. Viru had all sorts of press releases this morning, PRs this morning. So that's, I mean, it's just a matter of doing some pre-market work. And then you can at least identify the ones that are really running in the pre-market, and then, checking maybe the news and saying, okay, that news looked like it could sustain it for the day, or at least be active for the day. And that's a judgment call, of course. And the market is, market's lifting, 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 lifting. All right, guys. Yeah, Beat. Haven't seen Beat for a while. Wow, look at Beat now. See, this is not telling me anything really. This histogram is not really telling me much. It's kind of flattening out. So it's not really telling me, yeah, I should be, really looking at taking this trade. Not yet anyway. Also, the volume is putrid. The relative volume is even worse. Now that is skewed because of this, okay? That relative volume of 0.09 is skewed because of this big, huge volume day, which was what, 114 million. So what we're doing, guys, we're testing my system to see if it's this interface, the user browser interface, that is causing my fan to go crazy. But anyway, I know this is boring to you guys, but okay. Well, watching the para might be over. Let's take a look at that histogram, see if there's any. No, it's not really. So I'm gonna, this is gonna keep me in this trade. I'm in at 1605. Okay, so nothing. It's not done anything remarkable, but right now the histogram is not dropped. in any huge degree. So this is going to keep me in this trade for a little bit longer. If it goes to 1605, I'll get out. I'm not going to go crazy, but nothing is telling me to get out of this trade based on looking at this histogram, which I have to keep repeating is not available for you guys yet. All right, guys, so it's getting close to the time I put myself on mute. I'm still here. I'll still be here. I can answer any question. I'll hop back on the mic if necessary. So just one last take a look at my home page. The promo almost for sure is going to disappear tonight, okay? So, and what am I talking about? Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So right at the top, so there's that promo. Almost for sure it'll be over tonight, okay? So you can get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a subscription. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for, free of course. Trade of the week, which I think is probably still doing very well. MGY is the trade of the week. Yeah, so it's still doing well. 2650 was the trigger to get in. Okay, and you could have got in right around here if you'd wanted to. Trade of the week is free. You sent to your email about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Education, big education link is right here. Click on that user guide. And again, here is the getting started. Know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and all about stock racing right here. Oh, I did it again. Yeah, sorry guys, I accidentally clicked on the back button of that browser tab. I wanted to do it up here. Okay, so there's the user guide and daily support session. So Chris will be in the room when I shut down the main room at 3:30. Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. He does that Monday to Friday. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And the back to basics. Okay, if you're new to trading, really, really good free resource for you. People ask about trading books, etc. Well, it's short little, these are all short videos, introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. So, and also, don't do that again. There we go. And then on my homepage, my scans that I'm sharing. So you want to get set up in the pre-market. You can take a look at these two. And when I say set up, at least find out what the ones that are actively up and actively down. Okay, the ones that are moving the most in either direction. These are the two races. So save my link. And if you do take out a subscription, please use my link because it helps the room, keeps the room free. And yes, I get a little commission out of it. But also, not only that, my scans are here. I do change them up. For instance, I added this gap continuation or reverse on Friday. So if you save my scans, you never know, I might be changing up some of the scans that I'm sharing. And of course, the big education section. So I think my homepage is a great resource for you. Hey guys, I'm still hanging on to the para. If it goes parabolic for me, still no reason to get out, okay? No reason for me to get out yet. Just looking at this histogram, if I'm going to follow this histogram, no reason yet. Okay, guys, so I think what I'll do is I'll put myself on mute. Again, you can ask me questions. I'll hop right back on the mic, okay? But I'll put myself on mute right now. And if I have anything to say, of course, I'll hop back on, even if there's no questions. I'm on mute right now, Doodle Dum. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic. Maybe you can't see my screen. Okay. If you have a question, I will hop back on the mic. All right, guys, with all the fiddling around I've done, the program has frozen on me. So I have to restart again. All right, main room. I'm going to shut you guys down. Still in the para. Who knows? Maybe the para will give me a little bump at the end. So let me get my script together and shut this room down. Okay. Oops, not Monday. It's Tuesday tomorrow. Give me a moment. Okay, guys, thanks for all the help and have a great evening. We'll see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Bye-bye. And YouTubers, of course, don't go anywhere. Chris will be there in about 4 minutes, 5 minutes or so. Ooh, yes. Hi.
I,
Hi.
I was expecting something more or less like that.
Oh man, yeah, this stuff going on with my computer is if I didn't have a headset on and piping music in, I couldn't handle it, because at least that masks it. But anyway, that's my issue. I'll have to try to figure out what the heck is going on.
I,
Um, okay,
I've had
Chris.
so many, I wouldn't even know what direction to send you in. And most of it, I think
Hmm.
mine is just that kind of luck I have with machines. But with that said, I've made the screen swap, and I'll let you carry on.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
You got it,
Adios.
Barry. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay,
Bye.
bye.
All right, everybody. So Barry making his way out for the day, making my way in for the remainder of the trading day. Not a whole lot's changed since I last saw you folks a couple of hours ago. Markets drifted itself on up. Relative volume has continued to sink in the SPY. So let me just bring those up and illustrate what I'm talking about. Probably be a good idea, right? So, here's the market drifting up. And relative volume was, I think, 0.76 when I was last here. It's now at 0.7. We're trying to determine if this indicator is worth pushing out or not. So I'm playing with it now, and I got to be honest, I'm not seeing the same stuff that Barry has seen so far, just on a few different things. And then I am seeing the same stuff Barry is seeing on other things. So I don't know what to make of it right now. I don't know that I'm going to keep it or not. But, looking at the SPY right here, move sideways, a drop and a drop. But then, it continues to drop as the SPY moves up. So, what do I make of that there? But then I look at something like this here. And, after the initial setup here, we start to see it look good and a move up and a move up there, but then it drops again here. We go sideways and it moves up, and then we get another release up. So that looked like it would have tried to keep me in this trade, which I had closed today from a couple of days ago. I'm lying, from Friday, not a couple of days ago. I've been in and out of it a few times over the last week plus. So there it looks better to me. So I just don't know what to make of it. I just don't know. But pushing out indicators isn't as, well, it is as simple as pushing some buttons, but there's more behind it too, with what happens when it all goes out to everybody across servers and what the load will be and all those things like that. So anyways, we'll keep testing around here to see that it's actually something worth putting the stress to the system or not. Aside from that, I just, I don't have much to comment on or make up on. Oh, sorry. Let me change this back to the browse interface. I was doing some experimenting here. There we go. It's something Michael made up. It's called TI pattern recognition, I guess. TI pattern rec. In all honesty, I couldn't tell you a thing about it. I just know that Barry has been high on it for a couple of days, how it's helped keep him in trades or get him out of trades timely. I literally just put it on 2 hours ago. So I've got 2 hours of, not even 2 full hours, because I'm answering emails and I'm not really trading today. I've got a couple of open positions from a few days ago that I'm managing. That's it. So TI pattern recognition, and like I said, it's not widely available yet. It's just we're internally testing it right now. So we'll see what happens. I'm looking at it here on this now, and we can see this is starting to curl over, but this is staying up. It's not moving down right now. I don't know what to make of it. If I saw something like this, I'd be getting out right now. Cracking 19 at the end of the day. I'd be inclined to close this. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see if the pattern recognition tells me I'm wrong. Or is it a new bar that's forming here, I guess, and I just don't see it yet? And this is the old bar? Is that what's happening? I can't draw a straight line to save my life. Get rid of that. Okay, but anyways, things remain kind of lackluster as far as I'm concerned here. FNKO continue to bounce. So, I mean, hindsight being 2020, I suppose. I should have given this more of a chance, I guess. And what a drop and recovery. How GPRO and CHS? I'm not. CHS is. I'm not even looking at it, Michael Anthony. You've asked me that every day for the last week, probably. It's in a terrible downtrend. It's in retail, and there's nothing to like about that chart. And I can guarantee that nothing has changed on that chart since Friday. GPRO, sure, I'll look at it. Why not? I mean, making a recovery after whatever happened on earnings, the street obviously didn't like. It's in a terrible downtrend. It hasn't gone anywhere, and I mean, it's at levels not seen since the beginning, since sometime in 2020. I don't know. It's in a downtrend. It's having a couple of good days. That's all I could say. Looks like it might have room to 550 if it continues. If it gets through 550, then maybe 6. Then 650. That's, right. But like I said, there's no trend. You're bottom fishing on all of these. It's not what I do. It's just, I don't like stocks and downtrends. That's all there is to it. I like stocks that are going up. This stock has been going up since here. I've traded a number of times. There's $5 of alpha on it since around here. And I've been able to participate in many of those $5 there. There's $1 of alpha since back here. $1. I don't know what to say on this. The stock hasn't gone anywhere. The stock hasn't gone anywhere in over a year. It's not dynamic. It's not what I do. I mean, as far as pattern goes, sure, we could look at that, and that looks like actually a solid pattern trying to come out of that $6 base, but it can't get above that level. So, what's the risk and reward? The risk is all the way down to here, and we're at here. This is bigger than that is. It doesn't make sense to me. It's not a chart I like, that's all. DWAC, holy cow, defying gravity right now. What a move today. See, again, I'm trying to make sense of this here. Moves up. Kind of moving sideways. Then we get this move up, back to sideways and up. I guess that's going to there. But then this decreases when this makes a move up. Consolidates, get a pop, but the move up already happened before that pop. Then you get a big move up with this here. I don't know. I'm going to have to keep watching it. I'm not crazy about indicators, so we'll see. I'm curious on a daily time frame too. And I guess ARQQ continue to plow through. Yeah. Still solid there. There's some energy flyers today. I'd had a position in this. Whoops. I closed that out today from a couple of days ago. It's got earnings tomorrow. I don't want to hold going into earnings, but I still like this energy. Like you said, just kind of need politicians to stop talking about energy. But And another energy stock that looks strong. Here's another energy stock that looks strong. So, energy still looks really strong. I like the way that this is basing up here now. Again, though, right there. REI, I don't remember what I said about REI. REI. If it didn't do what it just did here, I would like it a lot more. That's a big middle finger it's given us right there for sure. Going into earnings here. So it's, earnings are a gamble. You have no idea what to know. So this is a big level right here and it couldn't get through it. Looking pretty rejected off this level in here. You can put it here, you can put it here, whatever you want, here. Rejected off there. We got through here, it's better. I mean, when I see charts like this, I don't, I'm never going to trade something like this. It's $2 in a year. It's moved $2 in a year. How many shares I'd have to take to make any money on that? And for it to be worth having put that money to work, it's not worth it to me. That's the thing about these charts I don't like. I got to see a stock that has some actual movement in it. And sure, any stock could have its day, but historically, this does not do that. With the lifetime high of 20, I'm going all the way back to 2018 to find it at $17. No. Nope. Seems to be a magnet for this $2 level down here. That's its breakout, from $2 to $5 is its breakout. With a $6 ceiling, more likely than not. Just not worth it. Not worth it. I'd rather look at something like DO, Again, newer issue in energy. At least the range here to here is $4 right now off that bottom in here. Getting up above this level, then you're looking at $12. But we look at two different things. Don't forget, Michael Anthony, you're looking at fundamentals. I'm not looking at fundamentals at all. Not in this kind of trading. Sellers tried to grab it twice, can't get it down twice. And earnings are coming up in the post-market here. I'm glad I realized that. Here we go. Another energy stock looks good. Another energy stock looks good. Another energy stock that looks good. I think this is energy, right? No, not energy. That's energy. That looks good. That's energy. That looks good. Pharmaceutical, and that looks good. I'm not touching that. Not today, anyways. But it's a nice kind of looping pattern up here. But just $5 stockage, just not a fan of that stuff. VTRS, yeah, I got a price alert for that, I think, right? VTRS. Yeah, I got a price alert. Couldn't take this out up here. Had earnings in the pre-market. So we'll see. Obviously, this is a level for it in here. You know, touch of it here, touch of it here, and it just can't really bust on through that level here. You know, there it goes superimposed across here too now. So we'll see. But you know, when it comes to swing trading, I'm extra cautious with pharmaceutical stocks. You know, day trading vehicles one thing. Let's see, the market's kind of flattened out. Let's see, new highs are outpacing the new lows now here for a while. Anybody with questions, fire those away, please. Like I said, you know, I don't have anything pre-done at this point here, you know, for content. So it's a very lackluster day. There's not much for me to comment on. There's a lot of sitting and waiting around and see here. $0.12 dividend, cool. Very cool. So AEHR had a bit of a sell-off after pretty good strength here, bouncing right back up. Struggled with this level back here, danced around it here, dancing on it here. You know, up above this level looks good. Below this level looks not so good. Testing electricity. I was looking at VGR. I'm guessing VGR is the dividend. Vector. Smoke them if you got them. I mean, perhaps this thing has found itself a bottom now. This level is going to be huge. But so far, more positive than negative reaction now coming out of earnings. Again, not exactly what I'd call a liquid stock. But it is what it is. Steve was talking about rum just a second ago. Not rum. Just curious, I haven't looked at it in a few days. I know we like this one. All right, yeah, this is interesting. So, got this happening here. Bit of a cup and handle happening. It was a terrible cup I just drew. And again, sellers tried here, couldn't do it. Sellers tried here, couldn't do it. So, all right, that's interesting. There's social media again, right? Online neutral video platform. The company's headquartered in New York. So I guess it's like going to challenge YouTube. Sounds right. So, all right, I don't know. Since there's nothing else happening around the old horn, let's see if there's anything good coming out of the evening scan. Send everybody with some ideas. I wouldn't, I've closed out basically everything I have now. I'm back to all cash after I went pretty long last week, going into the election tomorrow and CPI on Thursday. So I'm 96% cash again. But, let's look at some charts, and maybe coming out of the election, some of these charts might look good. So I'm going to skip the DWAC and the AR QQ band. What did that look like again? All right, $20, way off these highs, way off highs. Bandwidth. Maybe it's been punished enough. Obviously, the street really liked earnings. Really liked earnings. I'll put that on the like list. SPR. Spirit Aerosystems. Nope. Hard pass. Silvercrest Metals. Gonna pass for now. $21 million float, 11% short float. Nah, interesting. Interesting. Blue, so that had a nice early session, sold off, and looks like it's come back a little bit, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. When I saw you folks, I was around here. So it was selling off. It's bounced pretty good again since. It's just pharmaceutical, which is what I hate. I hate when charts that I kind of like are pharmaceutical charts. Bottom back here. Definitely got higher lows. We haven't been able to make higher highs, though. We got that high and this high, but we haven't been able to take this high out again since. So it's, really coiling at this point. But it could do things. Certainly could do things. Anywho. TUP crash on earnings, then insiders buying, which people noticed from Friday, and up big, but has credit problems. Well, that seems to be the theme of the last 10 years of companies with credit problems, right? RKBO moving. Spreads wide. Let's take a look. RKBO. Maybe RBKO? Nope, not that either. RKBO, right? RKBO. Am I typing this right? I don't know. I don't have an RKBO. RK. Yeah, nothing with an RK. I don't know. I got nothing. BTU. What are you doing? Coal stocks. Good off earnings. Trying to get above this 30 level. 30 is everything. Above 30, it could really go. That's a big base to break out of too. Really nice base to break out of. I mean, look what it did here on this base when it broke out of that. You know, pulled back and then tested this $10 level and shot out of like a rocket. $30, I'd say, is a pretty big deal for this stock. ASTS. Nope. MGNX. Always got to be pharmaceuticals, you know. So I'm looking at this here again. It's the first thing we need for stocks to start going up. They got to stop going down. They stopped going down a long time ago. That $5 level is huge. I'm looking up there next. Yeah, Vamonos. I'm not sure what ticker you're looking for. Definitely not that one, though. What about CLF? I kind of have a no trade steel stocks rule. So we'll start with that. This thing, you know, not looking too healthy. Guess it could bounce to 15, but look, after it sold off on earnings, got rejected off that 15 hard. So, you might see a bounce to 15. Plenty of liquidity, so you ain't got to worry about liquidity on that stock. PKBO. Oh, yeah, Peekaboo Bio. I know it's not Peekaboo, but it sounds like Peekaboo. What is it again? Peak Bio. Yeah, new issue. Yeah, not a lot to go on. You got to have to trade it off the, a couple of intraday charts like this. But interesting nonetheless. We've seen some charts like this do some bonkers things. So, I'd be keeping an eye on it and, ride that wave if you like it. There you're saying look at PARA in the indicator here. Okay, so we got that. Well, we got, let's see, 20 seconds till the market closes. Didn't see that coming. That sneaks up on you sometimes. I'm just going to continue to plow through charts here for now. Interesting. It's got this rounded bottom, but there's the bottom in the summer. Here's now the bottom in the fall. So it continues to make lower lows and lower highs unless it can take out this way and then not revisit down here. Do I like the reverse on CLF? It's not whether I like it or not. I think, could it bounce to 15? Sure. Then who knows after that? No. I mean, are you looking to hold it for a day, a week, a month, a year, 20 years? Stock is a falling knife. What's to say it's going to reverse? It's got a couple of days afterwards. Okay. Could it continue? Sure. As I went over before, exactly what I said before. It got rejected off of 15 here. Where is it? Got rejected off of 15 here the other day, just above 15. And so that's where I would say, if there's a bounce, you're gonna fight with that there. You got a floor down here at under $12. So if you want to risk $3.60, actually $1.60, I'm going to risk 160 to try to make 140. That's what I see there. You might see it differently. I don't know. But, this is what I see here. Could not fill that gap. I filled it and could not hold filling that gap from here. So what's to make me believe it's going to change that? There's nothing to make me believe it change it. Could it do it? Absolutely. Am I going to risk money for it? No. And am I ever going to tell someone what to do on trading? Not once ever in my entire life. I will never, and I do not like ultimatums, but I will never, ever manage or advise anybody on what they should do with money. Ever, 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 ever. Anywho, moving along in life. 8. Magnificent 8. Oof, God, that's an awful looking chart. Prime example. Falling knife forever. Catches a bounce on some earnings, fading right into it. Maxar. Breaks down. Breaks down. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that chart. I say that. It could be at 30 tomorrow for all I know, but, when I say I'm not a fan of something, it means that I just, I don't see any reason to risk money on it. BlackBerry, run right out and get a new one. I'm not even going to bother with that chart. Okay, now looking at more. DK was a steel company, petroleum refineries. It's a great looking chart right there. Great move. Come back. Nice trend up. Solid looking chart. Oh, it had earnings this morning too. What do you know? I like it, but I'm not going to put it on my like list. But I do like this chart very much. Because KOS. Nah. There's nothing dynamic about this. Owl. This was winning some races on Friday, right? Today's Monday, right? I can't even remember anymore. Yeah, nothing here. I mean, you know, coming off this earnings, we'll see what happens.
PACB.
Again, nothing here. It's civil construction and engineering, right? Wow. The steady grinder. Up huge today. Nice strong chart. Long way off lifetime highs, though. Let's see. $15 is everything for that stock right now. Pharmaceutical again, though, so hard pass. Which one did I like? I think it was DK. Was that it? Yeah, DK. I like this chart. Wouldn't go chasing it after today. You know, I'd let it consolidate for a day or two before I would even attempt to enter it. But I mean, it's a nice, beautiful uptrend, right? Beautiful uptrend. Beautiful set of rounded bottom uptrends. Geo. Was that Nat Geo? No. Oh, look at this. I even had an alert on here today. Must have won a race or something. Nah.
RAS.
Okay, moving along. GRFS, pharmaceutical manufacturing. I'm just going to skip that. Eventbrite, nope. CXW. Interesting. Big reversal here. It shows up again in the next couple of days. Take a harder look at it, but you know it's made a huge move, so no point in wasting space on the like list. BIR, no. Space, no. Hilarious. Hilarious, hilarious. Telepharmaceuticals, also no. Flowers. I don't know. I mean, off that bottom there. There's a moving to $9 though. Nah. Back to the Permian. Permian Resources. Like I said, it's got earnings tomorrow, so we'll see what happens going after earnings. Baker Hughes. Looking pretty good, Baker Hughes. Earnings are well behind it. We got a breakaway gap here, or a runaway gap. I can't remember which one's which now. Yeah, it's a breakaway gap. Nope. ALIT. No. Post EC. Nah. LILAK. No. Not seeing a lot of charts I care for very much right now. Nope. So it's busting through all-time highs here after earnings. Not a very old stock. I like, but I'm going to want to see a couple of days of sideways action and then move up from there. But I do like that. MGY, I think, was a trade of the week today. A very nice day from that. I like this chart. That's all-time highs right there. I like this chart very much. Uranium stocks. I don't even want to bother. Nope. NE. More energy. Making new all-time highs again, too. Nice chart. VST, Vista Corp. Electric power distribution. So rejected off near all-time highs there. That's the actual all-time highs here. Nothing dynamic about it. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. There. It's all right. Not going to like it. Not a terrible chart. Pack, nope. CHS. There it is for you on my evening scan there, Michael Anthony. So, bit of a cup and handle here. Let me draw that better. That's not a great looking cup and handle. There's your cup. There's your cup. Your frothy mug and your handle. I'm now trying to make that move off of that there. So yeah, it's got an okay chart pattern to it. I mean, I wouldn't put any money to work in it personally, but I couldn't argue against it. Zillow Group, nope. Rumble, there it is again. So again, another cup and handle here. So I know Peter just mentioned it. We'll see. It's got earnings coming up next week. You've got all kinds of crazy stuff going on with the elections and CPI and everything else. So I wouldn't expect anything big out of any stock other than, if something's got earnings or some kind of news announcement. But, there's no way to predict any of those things. So as far as charts and patterns go, we're really kind of, things are going to be more or less stuck in the mud. DNB. I don't know what you are, but no. I think this was bought out, no? Oh, I thought this was a buyout a long time ago. That's all-time highs for it again. Wow, this thing moonshot. What a move. interesting. PSO, nope. FLS, no, I don't think so. Nah. IRWD, Ironwood, nope. That's an oil ETF. I'm just going to skip that. Reynolds, this isn't like Reynolds plastic wrap and stuff. Manufactures household products, operates through the following: Presto Products, Reynolds Cooking, Baking, Hefty Waste. Yeah, storage. Hefty, Reynolds Cooking, Baking. Interesting. Foil and all that. Well then. Huh. Now that's an interesting chart. Long time since it went anywhere. Come on, drawing tool. $31. Up above 31, you're going that way. Below 30, you're going that way. So that sets up an interesting risk reward there. Post market tomorrow earnings, so zero chance to play that for me. But it's pretty solid risk reward right there. Just too bad earnings are tomorrow at the post market. Sometimes it just be like that, dog. ELAN. Nope. INFN. Nope. Most of these that I'm noping is because they've been in a downtrend and they're not, there's the only move up is after their earnings. So, unless that's a sustained move, if it is, then I'll see it again and I'll reconsider it. But a lot of them are, they're in a wicked downtrend, and earnings happen, they go straight up. I'm just not, there's no risk reward that makes sense on that. Now, if I see things that look like that, then they do this for a few days and they have some support that they're banging on, and, that might have been prior resistance, then I become interested. But premature on any of those, there's no point in putting them on the like list. This is tankers, deep sea stuff, and no. And no. Soybean farming. It seemed that this, following that, breaking this trend right here, this kind of arcing downtrend right there. For those that might be interested in the soybean market, have at it. Lifetime high is back here, it looks like. But not my cup of tea. Nine. I've been seeing this one on the scans for a while now. Just how am I going to chase that? And it could keep going. It's fine, but I just can't chase it. So I had earnings on Friday in the post market. Sellers came in real hard for it. Buyers stepped right back in. So I don't know. Maybe gave another day or two consolidating. It might be worth looking at. Sorry, just answering some messages here. Anyways, SIGA, again, we talked about this earlier in the day. It was a monkeypox play. Pharmaceuticals. It's going to be attached to news. There's nothing about that chart that has me interested. Dead chart. Again, downtrend for a long time and then bounces on these earnings like that. Give me a couple days this way and then we can talk. Till then, we're going to pass. Messages. Penn. Wasn't this like a $200 stock at one point? Probably not, right? I'm making that up. Okay, not completely. 140 something. Not as high as I thought, but higher than I also thought at the same time. This is like gambling, right? Yeah, casinos and hotels. Interesting. I don't know. No, it hasn't stopped going down as far as I'm concerned. There's a bottom. There's a new bottom. Lower highs still. Get towards that 40 number, and then we can start to talk. Oh wow, the sun just set a moment ago, and it's 4:23. That's so depressing. Sorry, just a personal note there. I just realized the sun just set. And that's awful. AMKR. No. I mean, yes, but no. Semiconductor related. Draw this trend line on it. I'd love to see it really break this trend line. It really break this trend line, then we might be talking. Descending triangle like that. Hostess Brands, Twinkie. Look at that. Another new all-time high. Who knew that would be finding relative strength in baked goods? Shoe. Steve Madden. It's a really terrible looking chart. All right. I guess let's do one or two more, and then that's going to be a wrap here today, folks. TGI, no, might as well not even look at that. I just think that's motorcycles, right? Trying Starbuck, no. Let's see if we can find one okay looking chart here. Apparently not. Nope. I mean, I'd like to see something more dynamic. So, big deal, that level, right? Rejected hard off of it here. Here it comes again. All-time highs up above there. Not a bad look. Below $10. look out. So, all right. I guess that's a wrap here, folks. It's going to be like this tomorrow. And, the futures probably get wild overnight on Tuesday, I'd have to guess, into Wednesday and Thursday. I wouldn't expect to find direction still until next Monday, I guess. I mean, this is really going to be a throwaway week, to be honest. Obviously, there'll be some day trades out there. I mean, we saw some good day trades that came through today. ARQQ, put on a nice show for us today. VERU put on a show for a while, though I don't think, where you're going to grab this, off that. But I don't know. I'm sure someone traded it successfully. DWAC definitely had a good day today. That was very tradable, I would say. SLNA had a nice tradable move in it through here. So there's definitely, some stuff for day trading, but, anybody looking to put money to work, I'm sorry. There's a lot of risk right now, so obviously with risk comes reward and all that stuff like that. But, kind of outside of some good day trades, it's going to be a throwaway week, I think. So always thank you, Willow. Always happy to do this here with you folks. And all right, that'll be a wrap, everybody. We got Tuesday. Barry will have this open at 9 a.m. tomorrow, on the Eastern side, give or take a few minutes. Mr. Michael Noss at noon. Barry back at 1 and me at 3:30 again. So, all right, folks, that'll do it for today. Thank you all very kindly, all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. We will catch you back tomorrow, all right? Adios, everyone. Have a great rest of your Monday night.